because this is an uncommon weekend. This is Alumni Weekend, Homecoming Weekend 2025, and we are out here on a live remote on the campus of Oakwood, adjacent to Wade Hall, also adjacent to the Oakwood University Church, and so much more. We're right out here on the campus of Oakwood, and we're so excited because this has been an awesome few days here on the campus, seeing all of the wonderful folks who have been a part of this Oakwood experience over the years, including myself. On yesterday, there was a big celebration down at the Von Braun Center where multiple classes were recognized. Also, the Golden Class of 1975. I think I'm going to have a couple of those folks on the air this afternoon. But there are people right now milling around in an area that's called the Oakwood Market. It's a vending area, and you've got a lot of Oakwood students, a lot of Oakwood alumni who are out here sharing product and information about services as well as so much more. And it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in the Tennessee Valley. It's actually a little overcast right now, which is good news for us who are sitting outside. We're going to be talking with a lot of people this afternoon on the broadcast Second Chance, and I'm going to be here with you this afternoon until about 4 p.m. So I am absolutely excited, energized, and ready to make you a part of our homecoming experience. And if you did not get a chance to come for homecoming, we miss you. So make sure that you start making your plans on next year. It happens every Easter weekend, and it's been happening every Easter weekend for many, many years now. I was a freshman at Oakwood in 1975. Yeah, that's right. I don't mind saying it because bro looks good. And the fact that I know that I'm holding my own even at this stage of my life makes me feel very, very happy. I have with me right now Dr. Anton Dormer. He is a person who you need to know, and if you don't know him, you need to know him. I actually had a chance to talk with him for a few minutes on last year when he was in town, but Dr. Dormer is actually doing some transformational work in this area. He, of course, loves Oakwood, is a product of this environment, this community, and so much more. And Dr. Dormer, I just simply want to say to you right now, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure, and I'm deeply humbled to be here.
Well, it's good to have you here. What are your thoughts so far about the weekend? You've been having a good weekend?
Oh, just spectacular. I just love alumni here at Oakwood.
What do you love about it most?
Well, the camaraderie, seeing people that I haven't seen in so many years, and so having that wonderful interaction with all the visitors and people that I know is just so revigorating.
Yeah, it's great. I tell you, I see lots of people. I've been getting chopped on the shoulder, and I've had people grabbing me from behind, and I look over this way to my right, there's somebody. I look over there to my left, there's somebody. They're just people all over the place in the mix, and it's exciting to be a part of it. Tell us briefly about what you're doing, because you have a tremendous initiative that you have strategically and intentionally designed to impact the Huntsville community. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Personally, I'm the CEO of BioLab Share Incorporated. And basically, we are creating a biohub here in the Huntsville region. And it consists of residents, health and wellness center, and a bioincubator. So the goal is to create a mixed-use life science community here in Huntsville, Alabama.
It sounds like something that really would have a home and a mission and a purpose in a community like Huntsville. Why did you choose this area to target?
Well, Huntsville, Alabama is really on the cutting edge. We have Hudson Alpha, which is a biotech incubator that's close by. We have Marshall Space Flight Center, and there are a lot of individuals and a lot of tech that's coming in. And plus, they have Oakwood.
You can never go wrong. You can never go wrong with having Oakwood. I always say that that's just a little bit of the icing on the cake.
Definitely.
When you got the Oakwood community involved as well. Dr. Dormer, I'm excited about what you're doing because you are one of those people who is walking the talk. You're one of those people who are looking around at the landscape and trying to determine how can I be productive in this particular space? What can I do to lend my tools and resources and apply them in ways that can be beneficial for others? And I know that you have been very intentional in doing that and talking about how you want to do that. As people are listening this afternoon, how can they find out more about what you're doing?
Well, they could always go to my LinkedIn page, put in Anton Dormer, and you'll find what I am doing there. Also, they could go to my website, which is www.biolabshare.net, and then also we get an indication of all the activities that we are doing. We have broken ground, so this is not a pipe dream, it's just me talking, and we have financing for our first phase at $5.5 million.
That is outstanding. It was mentioned as Dr. Ivan Williams was preaching yesterday down at the Von Braun. He was just sort of naming some of the Oakwoodites who are making contributions to the world. And, you probably would have a list the length of, a very long device. Let's say a very tall building, a 50-story building. You'd have a list that long of all the many people who over the years have come through Oakwood but continue to make contributions like the one you're making. Very tangible, very meaningful, very substantive, and very pragmatic on the ground, and we appreciate you and everything that you're doing. Once again, how can people reach you?
Well, again, LinkedIn, Facebook, and of course our website.
Dr. Anton Dormer, thank you for spending a little time with us today. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
All right, I appreciate it.
All
My
right,
blessing.
Fantastic. Folks, we're going to keep the ball rolling this afternoon. We're going to make sure there's an opportunity to be able to connect with you in various ways that you can make sure that we are able to talk to you and also gain things from you and be able to have opportunities to connect with you in ways. We're going to talk with another guest, and we're going to keep the ball rolling, actually, folks. We've got a lot of people that are in position, that are in place, and are able to be with us on this afternoon. And we're grateful that you're having that opportunity to do that today as well. We hope that you are having a good afternoon. It is, of course, our Easter weekend. And I'm not sure what you've been doing during the Easter weekend, but we, of course, are able to have this opportunity every Easter weekend to be able to have the kind of conversations that are beneficial and productive for us in the process. We, of course, are getting ready to talk to another person. I got to give one shout out, though. I see my man Keith Johnson right there. What's up, brother? This is one of the best students that I ever had at Oakwood University. I see him. I'm going to give him some dap right now. Yeah, we're live, but it's all good because that's what's happening right now. And I tell you, I see these students all the time who are making such a big difference in our community. Keith is one of those. I love this brother. He's doing some good stuff. Yeah, there he is right there. And I love the fact that we can have these kinds of moments and opportunities. It's great to see you, brother. I have with me right now Dr. Roland Hill. He was just on the broadcast about 2 weeks ago, maybe.
2 weeks ago, right.
Yeah, and so I know he's even more excited now than he was then because there is a big conference that's about to drop. Tell us about it.
This is the Business as Ministry Conference. We call it BAM. And it's at the Marriott Space and Rocket Center because we're going to blast folks off. Man, I see the rockets flying right now, man.
Listen, you got to tell me about this because I'm already excited about the fact that you have, again, with strategic intention, targeted a group of people
Correct.
Who oftentimes are in the space of business and entrepreneurship development, but are not necessarily focusing on what you want to bring the focus to and acknowledgement. Tell us about why this is so important.
So first of all, I really do believe that the call to Christ is the call to entrepreneurship. I said it, to entrepreneurship. God wants us not just to have spiritual freedom, but he wants us to have economic freedom. And the only way you can have economic freedom is that you run and operate your own business. And one of the struggles that I've seen in the Christian community is that often we don't tell people who run and operate their businesses that is ministry. Not just funding ministry, but the very fact that you're doing business, it is a calling of God on your life, and that is your ministry. So you witness and you create wealth for the kingdom of God at the same time.
You know, you were at the Von Braun yesterday. You heard
Yes.
that very powerful message by Dr. Ivan Williams.
That's correct.
He, of course, acknowledged this whole thing. This, I call it part of the Oakwood thing. The fact that people have entered to learn and departed to serve. And you, of course, are part of the golden class, 1975.
1975, sir.
What does it feel like?
Man, it was just exciting because there was about 90 of us that returned.
That's huge.
And the major thing about it was that many of our classmates God has blessed tremendously, and it was shown in the largest gift ever given by a class at Alumni.
Which was?
$185,000.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge, and I think
I'm
collectively.
Sorry. Wait. By the time I left our little breakfast this morning,
Yeah.
it was over 200,000.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge, and I think there's a collective amount from that class of $1 million, which is
$1 million
the
over
largest
50 years.
gift that has ever been given to Oakwood.
But
of
now
a
the
class.
reason why that was able to be done because we have Godpreneurs, that's what I call entrepreneurs. Godpreneurs that were able to come to the table to help us to do that.
Yeah.
And so that's why this conference is so important, because when we inspire and encourage people to go in business as ministry, it takes the limit off of what they can make. Therefore, it takes the limit off what they can give.
Yeah, what can people expect who come to the BAM conference? What can they expect to happen as a consequence of that experience?
First of all, you're going to learn a true theology of economics. That's one of the things that's missing in much of what's taught in business ownership. We're teaching the economy of God, that God has an economy that has no limits. So when you go into business, you don't have to worry about running out, because you're honoring the God of abundance. So they can learn a theology. Then they can learn some things about the mental health that's required in order to run this business. Then we're going to talk about the personality, because everybody comes to the table with a different personality. You know, some are extroverts, so you bring that into the marketplace. Some are introverts, because some people think that the only way you can go into business is that you're an extrovert. No, there are many that have done well as introverts, but they've learned how to use their personalities in ministry. And then I have one of the guys I mentored personally. His name is Russell Thompson. I taught him the economy of God, and he shows how the economy of God can be operated in estate planning.
Oh.
So this is a theology of estate planning, something that people don't know. In fact, this guy now teaches lawyers and attorneys how to do estate planning, the way to keep and get generational wealth.
You know, that conversation around estate planning is so essential to all of our lives. People oftentimes think I've got to have tremendous assets in order to be talking about my estate. The fact that you have a life means that you have an estate.
That's correct.
And everything that you have made a part of that life becomes a part of that estate.
That's correct.
And we think about it as liquid assets oftentimes, but there's so many other things that are part of that, and people need to be thinking about that, because life has a deadline.
It does.
It ends.
There is an exploration to life.
That's right.
It's called the day of judgment for
Yes.
us.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
The appointment that God made that every man should die. So as we prepare for our appointment, God says, I want you to be able to leave a legacy.
That's right.
I'm going to share, my wife and I are doing a lot of the teaching.
Yeah.
We're going to share the most important investment that you can ever make.
Wow. We're not going to tell you, folks.
No.
Don't think you're going to get that
No,
freebie
no,
today.
no.
That's not about to happen.
No.
You got to come to the BAM conference in order to find out what that freebie is.
In fact, this investment you can sell over and over and over again.
And earn from it?
Millions.
Okay, folks. You got to sign up for the BAM conference. There's no question about it. It's happening and going down right here in the Rocket City, Huntsville, Alabama.
That's correct. Next weekend.
The Rockets will Red Glare. Tell us about where it takes place, when it takes place, and how people can get more information about it.
You can go online at www.familylifedoctors.com and register. It's going to be at the Marriott Space and Rocket Center, right over there by the Rocket Center. And it's going to be April the 26th and the 27th. That's next weekend. You don't want to miss it. We just have a few spaces left. You want to register today. Let me give you that address again to go to and register, www.familylifedoctors.com.
Now, I'm not really trying to call anybody out, but I guess I am, Dr. Hill. There's some people listening right now. There are people who know people who might be able to benefit from this. We want them to pass this information on. But here's what typically happens in many instances when you're presenting this gift to the community. People will come after the fact and say, I wish I had known. I wish I had taken advantage of it. I did not know. And what you're basically saying to us is that this is an opportunity to come and know. So we want people to come. We want them to make the investment. We don't need you to ask about the things that are standing in your way, perhaps, that will prevent you from being there. You need to ask God to move those mountains and plant you in that place on next weekend.
That is correct. I believe that the greatest investment that you ever can make is on a conference like this, because we're teaching you things that you can't learn in college. They're not even teaching these in economics school. In fact, I went to do a master's in economics at a university, and I told him what I was trying to do. He said, "You don't want our master's because we have no interest in moral ethics."
Ooh, wow. We won't call the school out
No,
today,
I won't.
but we'll.
And there's no way that you can grow a kingdom business unless you know kingdom economy.
Oh, my. You need to be there, folks. There's no question about it. It's the BAM conference. BAM is an acronym for?
Business as ministry.
And it goes down where?
At Marriott Space and Rocket Center, right off of 565. You can't miss it because you see the rockets standing up.
Yeah, come on, folks. Come on out. And you might be in a radius right now. You might be within a 45 to 60-mile radius, maybe in a 1 hour radius, or maybe 2 hours away. Maybe you're living in Atlanta today, Memphis. These things are not happening in your communities. I promise you, and I guarantee you it's not happening. You need to definitely...
There are people flying in from other parts of the country to this conference.
Yeah, so
This is big stuff.
Why are you going to let them take your seat and you right here in Huntsville, Alabama? I mean, what's going on right now? What is the deal right now? Shout out to a couple of extraordinary photographers out there. I see you, Roland. I see you. I see you, brother. I see you, brother E.L. Jones. What's happening over there? And shout out to Dr. Susie Hill out there also, who's going to be a part of this amazing event. You want to give your wife a big shout out, of course, because this is the year 50s for you.
50 years. This is the year of Jubilee, and we're unapologetically happy. She teaches with me. We're going to do a session on family business. We're going to talk to couples about you are a business, and then we're going to talk about the legacy of starting a family business and how the largest group that produces wealth in this country is family-owned businesses.
You don't want to miss this, folks. There's no way you want to miss it. You want to be a part of it. You want to come on out and make your choice known.
That's right. Go to www.familylifedoctors.com and register today. You will not regret your investment.
Dr. Roland Hill sitting right here with me today. I'm better because of it. I hope you are as well. There's Dr. Susie Hill right over there. She's part of this process also. She's part of the team. She's part of the energy around this awesome event that's going to be taking place at the BAM conference. We hope that you take advantage of it. Dr. Hill, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Kenny.
All
you
right.
are a man of your word, and I appreciate it.
Oh, man, always. I try because I know somebody's looking at me, and I want to be accountable to him.
Thank you.
Good to see you, man. We are so excited to be able to have this opportunity today and the opportunity to share and to talk with so many different people. We are going to keep the ball rolling here in just a few minutes. I do think I see my next guest over there. He can come on over at this time, and we can go ahead and keep the conversation rolling. He is caught up and consumed with Alumni Weekend stuff, and we are we're going to interrupt this conversation right now and tell him to come on over here and get on this microphone so we can have this conversation. He, of course, is settled in and feeling all comfortable, roaming the grounds of his alma mater, Oakwood University, and the opportunity that we have to be able to talk to so many different people and alumni. I want you here, man. Just throw that mic over there, or that headphone over there. Yeah, keep the headphone over there. You only need one. Throw that one over there. We're going to give you a little quick orientation to the process.
Appreciate it.
He's none other than Dr. Nosakari Thomas. They call him Dr. Nos. What's happening, brother?
Hey, my brother, it's so good to be here with you. Love you, and I appreciate you giving us inspiration, information for 30-plus years. Man, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, God has been good, man. He has been good. I mean, people think they think it's easy, first of all, if they just see it. But they still know what a natural introvert has been able to do. And I know you guys keep slamming me about you not an introvert. No, I'm a natural introvert. I have learned how to navigate the landscape of opportunity and talking to people and sharing with people and more. First out of necessity and then out of beginning to love it as I went forward. You are a graduate.
Nobody does it better.
Well, thank you. Praise God. Give all glory to God. This is your alma mater.
Yes, sir.
And you are a very proud graduate of this institution.
Yes, sir.
Someone asked me a few minutes ago, and they said, what do you remember about Oakwood? What's one of your best memories? I said, oh my God, that's a setup question. I got 5,000 of them. But as you think about your journey through Oakwood, what are just some of the general things you take away from the value of that experience?
Yeah. One of the most powerful things, I graduated in class of 1986. We got here on the campus in 82. One of the things that was most powerful for me was to be able to go into a classroom and see people who look like me, black folks, in the administration office and throughout the campus who look like me. And then the beautiful thing is to be there in class, to watch them do what they do, and then go home with them for dinner after Sabbath, on Sabbath for dinner. Now, that's family.
Yeah.
That's not just a professor or administrator or staff. That's family. And so that was one of the highlights for me. Yeah.
That's not status quo. That's not business as usual. Right. It's not something that you're going to expect to get it. We won't name the schools, but you're not going to get it there. But you definitely are going to get it right here at Oakwood.
Yes.
And when you come back to this experience and you're on the grounds of Oakwood University, you see all these people you've gone to school with, people who are legacy students. Now, the friends that you have and their kids are now coming through the institution. And then you run into, from time to time, some of the professors that you had the chance to be a part of, the buildings that you were part of when you were here. This is really a moment of gratification for me whenever I get to come back to these experiences.
Yeah. It's just amazing, the energy, the struggle, the victories, and all of it. I just left, as I mentioned, I'm the class of 86. I just left the class of 85's breakfast, and just hearing the testimonies of how God has blessed them and delivered them from disease and sickness and family members. It's just incredible, and it really is just a pathway of God's progress in our lives. Sanctification in real time. And you and I have gotten together on prayer calls week after week for years. And those kind of lifelong friends, substantial brothers who are making stuff happen every day of the week. It's just exciting to be a part of that, and then to come annually and participate and see, share love, and reconnect. It's just a blessing.
Our good friend Dr. Ivan Williams brought the word yesterday,
Yes,
and some
sir.
people are saying it was a word, it was a mighty good word. You had a chance to experience the experience yesterday. What are your thoughts about the experience?
I did. Dr. Williams told us that we are better together. We're better together. He told us that in order for us to be the very best we can be as an institution, that we need to celebrate the gifts of each other, right? And not be hating,
Right.
and that we need to give voice to everyone, right? And then be selective about how we conduct business on social media. He gave us a little reprimand on that, and that's okay. That was okay. But also, social media is a great tool for when we're not hearing through the regular course of medium, right? And so, and then he said, whatever we're going through, God is going to be with us in the pit, in the palace, wherever we find ourselves. God is going to take us through. And sometimes God does God's greatest work when we're in the pit, when we're on the underside, and when we think there's no help, and that's when we surrender, and that's when God does His greatest work.
Yeah. Now, you may be listening to the broadcast this afternoon, and you're probably hearing a lot of sound. That's good sound. That means that people
Activity.
that's activity. People are moving, they're shaking, they're making all kinds of good stuff happening. I see Auntie Donna Green Goodman out there. She's got a bag. I hope that bag is me.
Yes, sir.
Because she's going to be on the show a little later. I hope she's bearing goodies today, because it's always a blessing when that happens.
It's good on Friday.
Yeah, it was. Master Kerry, did you meet anybody special, like extra special, when you were here at Oakwood?
I did. In fall of '83, I met my wife, Charlotte Debbie Adams, at the time, from Philadelphia. And from that time to this time, We are looking in each other's eyes every day. I haven't missed a day. And the love of my life, we have 3 children, 3 grown children, 34, 30, and 28, 2 boys and a girl. And that was the best decision I've ever made in my life. But it would not have happened in this way if I did not come to Oakwood University.
Yeah. You've had children come to Oakwood.
Yeah, 2 of my children came to Oakwood. My oldest, Kalfani, and our youngest daughter, Kiera, graduated in 2020. She was a COVID graduate.
Yeah, wow. And that, of course, is a whole testimony in itself.
It is.
About how not only did she get through that and navigate that, but how so many others did, the institution did, and the institution still stands today. What do you want for Oakwood? What do you hope for Oakwood as it moves forward? You love it as much as I do, if not more. And I mean, I like to compete with people. No, I love Oakwood more than you do. And we'll prove
love
it.
Oakwood more than I do.
Well, I'm about, if somebody comes to me with that, I'm going to prove it. What are you doing?
Right.
Because we can all do something,
Sure.
and we all don't have to have an equal sacrifice, but we have to have equal sacrificing in the process. Let's do what we can do. What do you want for Oakwood?
Oh, my goodness. I'd like to see Oakwood advance innovatively. I'd like it to see it expand its offerings in some ways. I'd like to see its expanded recruitment. I'd like to see its finances solidified. I'd like to see an endowment of $10 million, $20 million, $50 million or more. And so I'd like to see some of the buildings that have declined over the years strengthened and fortified and repaired and renovated. And I'd like to really leverage the wisdom, the knowledge, and creativity and innovation of the larger alumni community, right? So that we can benefit from the knowledge, the funding, the experience. Another thing I think is so important for us to do is in some way to leverage so many volunteers. If there was a way that we can harness the volunteers who either retire or who are in this location, but across the country really, and gather them up, create a database, and in some way tap into that, because there's so many things that can be helpful to the institution that won't cost if we could just ask the people.
That's right. And people would be willing.
Absolutely.
You talk to people all the time. You know people, I know people.
Yeah.
They just want to be a part. They want to do something.
Yep.
And if they were given the opportunity to answer the call, they would absolutely do that.
No doubt about it.
And that's a very powerful thing. Tell us what you're doing now. What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, so I am the executive director of the Inland Empire Black Workers Center. And that is a workforce development, organizing, and advocacy for policy change. And essentially what we're trying to do is make sure that black folks have opportunities to have safe work environments, to organize for unions if they so desire, to make sure they have fair wages, pensions, and retirement opportunities, and just so that they're not taken advantage of. So there's what we do with the organizing with them. And then there's what we do in the lobbying, legislative visits. So I spend a lot of time in Sacramento at the Capitol, state capitol, and talking to our local elected officials, and then organizing churches and individuals and black organizations to mobilize and make things happen. We show up at city councils, the board, county boards, school boards, wherever we find issues, we do that. And then workforce development, we do pre-apprenticeship programs, workforce development in the area of water industry. One of the things we found that in the water industry across the country is about 70% white and male. Great pensions, great opportunities, but passed down from one generation of white folks to the other, right? And we were locked out, and so we created a pathway for that. We're also working on a cybersecurity pre-apprenticeship program create a pathway into that. And folks can start. So another thing we want to do, I'm here at an educational institution, I got 5 degrees, but we want to create a system so that folks can get the fastest possible way to get a family sustaining wage opportunity. Eliminating the bachelor barrier is what we call it, eliminating the bachelor barrier. And some folks, we want them to go to college if that works for them, but research has shown us that the quickest way, one of the quickest ways for black folks to move into the middle class is for them to do a apprenticeship in a union.
Wow.
And apart from that, I'm writing a book, but.
Well, no, we want to talk about that too. We got a little time, we can talk about the book too.
All right.
But you said a couple of things that made me think about some things. First of all, the element of engagement.
Sure.
And talking with people about the challenges.
Yeah.
Making them aware about what's needed, and then being a bridge between the need and them is so important in the process. And so as you think about that, I've been in the space of community advocacy. This is such an important place to be if we're going to seek representation and advocacy. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. And one of the things that I love, because what we consider ourselves is a worker-centered organization. In order to be worker-centered, you got to center the workers. So one of the things we do, I say, we're going to capitalize black worker. Wherever it appears and in our literature and our website, they're always going to be capitalized. They're always going to be centered. How do we do that? We have to make sure that black folks, their voices are always heard, right? So we do listening sessions once a month, once a quarter, and find out what's going on with them. Because we don't want to be scratching where they're not itching. We want to be working on stuff that needs to be worked on. And so whether it's the San Bernardino County workers who are having problems and difficulties, we want to devise programs and opportunities and organize around the issues that matter most to them.
The other thing is, we know that the landscape today is challenging in terms of what's happening at the federal government level. Are you finding challenges as it relates to that right now? And what is your approach to the challenges that you may be facing?
Ooh, my goodness, it is really tough. In fact, I just came back from Washington, D.C., where we had a chance to get together in Washington, D.C. with the National Black Workers Centers, and we met there talking about a national strategy. In other words, how do we relate to what's going on in this current landscape? So what we're finding is that there are people who are losing jobs because of this particular political climate we find ourselves in. There are people who are facing greater discrimination because folks feel like they can do whatever they want to during this particular time. And then we're finding that folks are losing their jobs and being pushed out. Contracts are not being reestablished, and funding opportunities that were related to DE&I programs and so forth are now shut down. So folks are trying to find funding, or they've got to fire folks, lay folks off. Dr. Ivan Williams said yesterday that of any group of people, Christian folks ought to believe in DE&I, right? The scripture says, God so loved the world so that whosoever.
That sounds like DEI.
That whosoever is everybody, with folks with disabilities, folks of all different colors and complexions and gender preferences and sexual preferences and all of that, right? And that's the whosoever that is a very, very wide tent. And so it's been challenging, and we have had to really secure our offices because black is in our name. So we're target. We're target. We've had people write us on social media say, well, why are you only doing stuff for black people?
Right.
So we had to get cameras.
Wow.
We had to get extra security.
Wow.
Physical security, extra locks on doors. We had to. We're in an IT or cybersecurity assessment right now. They call it risk maturity, cyber risk maturity, or something like that. And so we got a rating. Our rating was low. I said, wait a minute, that's not even a passing grade, you know. But the thing for me was that we were looking at it before it got to be a crisis. How do we protect our data?
Proactive.
When we were in D.C., the National had been hacked, and all of their members' information had been stolen. Right? And so just figuring this thing out ahead of time. But all of this has come as a result of this administration.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the worst may be yet to come, but the fact that you all are thinking forward, being proactive, and creating an environment where you can respond rather than just react.
Yes.
I think is so important and critical. We got just a few minutes, but I'm not going to let you get away without talking about the book.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
This is the preliminary conversation, because once it's
Yes.
all done, we're going to have you back for 30 minutes and talk.
Thank you for that. The book is called Manifestation Mastery, a biblical approach to realizing, unlocking your potential and the desires of your heart. And we're excited about that because it looks at like cognitive behavioral theory, mindfulness, what we call holy noticing. It looks at the law of attraction and things that were used in what would you say, other groups that you would call maybe Eastern practices or whatever. What I'm doing is showing how these are actually biblical concepts that we have avoided and shunned, but should embrace because they're helpful. Like meditation, that the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in that sight. Why are we running from meditation, right? And it's the thing I like about it. It's not a string of Bible texts trying to make a point, or to apologetically look at something or make a point about something, but it's a scientific approach as well as a biblical approach.
Yeah.
So for those who want to be grounded in Bible, it's certainly there. In biblical text and theology, it's certainly there. For those who want to have empirical data and research, it is certainly there. And so it's a melding together of those two things in a way that I think will be really, really positive for our community.
What's the publication schedule for the book?
Yeah, so it will be published in 3 weeks.
Wow.
3 weeks. So
Coming
we're
right up.
here. Yeah. I was trying to, had I known that I was going to be here, I would have had it ready for now, but my plans changed at the last minute. So we're a little on the other side, but we'll be back next year.
Be back next year, and maybe some opportunities in between. We certainly will have you on the broadcast to talk about the book being released so that people can learn more about what you have to share with people and let them benefit from your expertise.
Yes. And it's exciting because it says, really that to be our very best, we got to look at ourselves in the way that God sees us. And sometimes we bought into this piety of poverty, right? And my brother Dr. Rowland talks about that all the time. But God wants God's best for us, and it's our thought life. Our thought life determines everything.
That's right.
The scripture says, as a person thinketh, so are they. And so I'm trying to get folks to change the way we think on a daily basis and do metacognition, to think about what we're thinking about. Yeah. And so I'm excited about it.
Well, you're saying all the buzzwords for me because I'm a mental health psychology guy, so I'm up here jumping in my seat saying, yo!
Yes, sir.
Good stuff. Dr. No Scary Thomas, always a pleasure talking with you. This is my brother.
Yes.
This is more than just an interview. This is a conversation between long-term friends, and just looking forward to continued fellowship with you and the fellas.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us today.
All right. See you in Vegas.
Yes, sir. And of course, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's just the way it is. We're not going to let anything else happen in that context. And so we'll make sure that we definitely keep in touch with Dr. Nas. When his book gets released, we're going to have you come on and talk about that and make sure that opportunity is a result of what we're able to do in that process. Yeah, we're going to keep the ball rolling here. We got another guest coming up right now, and I'm really excited about talking to her. I'm so excited about this opportunity to be able to have this conversation, and we're going to go ahead and Keep talking. That's what I need to do. I just need to keep talking. I just wish I had some lights on over here. We have an opportunity right now to talk with a guest. You okay? Are you all right? Are you okay? Okay. Where's your partner, Ted Robinson?
She's around.
Oh man! Wait a minute.
Doc Darville.
Come up here 1 minute. You got to sit in this middle chair 1 minute. Come over here. 1 minute. Come over. Get
Wayne.
over here.
Wayne, come on.
Get over here for 1 minute. Pat, he'll be right with you. How you doing? Good to see you.
My Oakwood
Wayne
brothers.
Darville. This is my brother from another mother.
Yeah.
Wayne Darville, give me. What's going on, man?
God is good.
Pat said she's
God
going
is
to get the
good.
car. She'll be right back.
I'm grateful to be alive. One more alumni weekend.
So I want to ask you a few things, but one of them is going to come real quick because Sister Bev is coming up. But what was it like singing again with the Aliens last night?
It was a humbling experience and intimidating because my niece is a current Aeolian
Who was standing right next to
who
you?
was standing right next to me and decided that I knew songs that I'd never heard of.
Is that Greg's daughter?
Yes, that would be Gregory's baby girl.
No way.
Who had a recital this week too, this past week.
She did, and she, as a graduating senior, is already making waves.
Yeah. Well, listen, it was great to see you in the crowd last night. And listen, it couldn't have been too bad the first time because you went back up when they called you back up.
Pain is a strange thing. It will sometimes recall you.
It was great to see you. I was glad to know that you was here. I was hoping I'd get a chance to see you. And if for just a moment, brother, it is always good to see you.
Kind of like the Stockholm
Dr. Wayne
syndrome.
Darville making a cameo appearance this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Good to see him in the mix today. We may get a few more cameos. This is the
Praise
Nolette
God.
over there. What's
God
going
bless
on?
you.
What's going on? What's up? What's up? I'm seeing all kind of people right now, folks, and that's a good thing. I see Dr. Bev out there. She's going to come on up at this time, and I'm going to talk with what's going on, Sister Kayla Joseph? I'm seeing so many people walking around right now, and it's so good to see everybody this afternoon. I'm going to talk at this time with a couple of people who I just think the world of. I think they're two of the realest people on the planet. And, you know, there's a lot of people living on the planet. I understand there's something weird between 6 to 7 billion people, but they're two of the realest on the whole planet. I'm talking about continents. I'm talking about a lot of different places.
You're too kind.
Brother Ted Odell Robinson is with us today. And every time I see this brother, I think of a lot of things, first of all, but his long-term friendship, the fact that we literally came to Oakwood 50 years ago this fall.
Fall of 75, baby.
That was a good year. I call that, you know, they had the Golden Class yesterday at Oakwood, the class of 75, but really, we're the Goldens. There's no question about that.
Agreed. And I actually think that a good draw would be to make these classes inclusive of the freshmen who started the class.
Oh.
So the class of 79 would actually include the freshman class of 75. So you would double your enrollment. Statistics show that a quarter to a half of people who start college don't finish.
Yeah.
So when they simply celebrate, not simply, but when they celebrate the laudable celebration, I should add, of those who finish school, they should acknowledge those who started it as well.
Yeah, listen, I think that's a great idea. Is anyone listening out there?
Listen, everybody listen.
Listen to the wisdom that we are presenting to you this afternoon. Speaking of wisdom, one of the wisest people I know, you missed that first intro, Dr. Bev. I was talking about how you are two of the realest people I know on the whole planet. Not just in this space right now, not just in this city, not just in the nation, but around the world. Two of the realest that I know. And I'm grateful. In fact, you dropped that real post on social media yesterday, just trying to give us some direction and some guidance on how we step into this space, because you're absolutely right. We don't know people's backstories.
Right.
We see them and we think we know, But we're in our own mindset. We kind of jump in there as we are, not really being mindful of other people's experiences and circumstances. And from one year to the next, we go through a lot.
This is true. So when you hit campus, even just taking a look around, we are walking in the midst of trauma. We're putting on a good face, a good armor. We are girding our loins as best we can. But there are so many of us who are walking around traumatized over the decades. Something that has happened to us that has been profound. And it has really wrecked our psyches. So we're trying to hold it together. There are persons who are in therapy for it over the decades, still in therapy. And then there are persons who need therapy, but who are so afraid to seek that therapy because they feel that they're going to be judged.
Well, we're going to make sure that we're safe and that the step and repeat doesn't fall on my guest over here. And I think we're going to be okay.
Yes.
I thank you for sharing that, though, because, again, I think that this is a great space to step into as we do from one year to the next. But it really is important to kind of extend the experience beyond ourselves. You know, whatever reason or purpose we've come is a good purpose, perhaps, but everyone else is here for their reason. And some people, to be quite honest, to your point, this is their happy place.
This is their therapy.
You know, there's some people who are still reconciling, processing, and trying to understand some things as well. Now, speaking of reconciling and processing, I don't want to bury the headlines because I visited you all when I went to Asheville last fall, just ahead of the disaster that took place in that area.
Right.
And I just want to ask you all about how is Asheville recovering? How's the area recovering in your mind right now?
You know what, I'm going to ask Ted to address that because he has been boots on the ground.
Please.
We are a resilient community. Beverly and I are enjoying our living experience there. We say, truthfully, that it's the kindest place we've ever lived. It's a progressive county, kind of with the bohemian essence to it. But after the storm, and they're calling it a storm of biblical proportion. I say that it looked like Satan pimp slapped the region.
Wow.
All the trees fell in the same direction.
Wow.
Mud slid down the mountain, buried some houses, buried some people, buried a lot of infrastructure. But we are happy to say that FEMA was there, despite the negative reports. FEMA was on the ground. The Red Cross was on the ground. We had private and public sector entities coming about, and we were able to kind of coordinate some of those from some academies, from some colleges in the area. And we're happy to say that the community at large came together as individuals, neighbor helping neighbor. There was no price gouging. The only uptick in pricing was people who came from out of town to clear like lumber and trees, that kind of thing. But the community itself, we respected the loss of life, loss of resources. And it took about 2 to 3 weeks for us to get lights, water, electricity, cell and communication services. But the community is very resilient, and we're glad to be a part of that.
I love that element of resilience, and I love this opportunity to be able to talk about that, because Asheville is one of my favorite places, and to know that that experience was just a part of that beautiful space was quite disturbing. But I'm glad to hear what you all have to say.
If I may, I want to give a shout out to Loretta Spivey, who is the sister-in-law to our incoming president, Dr. Gina Spivey Brown.
Yes.
Loretta is one of those persons who is all over the world. She works with ADRA, she works with small groups, she works with church groups, she works with a lot of students. She called us and said, Beverly and Odell, what do you need?
Wow.
What does your neighborhood need?
Wow.
She said, I'm coming to Asheville and I will be getting with, I think, Fletcher Academy and a couple of other academies. And we told them about some of our neighbors who had downed trees. One lady in particular, an elderly lady, who was having a hard time. She was widowed and such. Loretta came to Asheville and trained students on the spot. And these students came out 2 or 3 van loads. They cut down, the trees that were down, they cut those limbs, they cleaned up the property, and all they wanted was a pizza party.
And boy, did we give them a party.
Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it. I
yes.
absolutely love it. You know, that's such a great segue because you mentioned Loretta, and of course, Oakwood is in a period of transition right now.
Yes.
There's a lot of excitement about that, and there's a lot of energy around that. I know a lot of people who are in town this weekend who are excited about this period of transition. You all spearheaded something over the last few weeks that I think everyone celebrates, largely because it was grounded and anchored in a spiritual context. It wasn't just being drunk and high off a celebration. It was like, let's stay in the space, in the zone where God has us, and let's create energy from that. The prayer calls that have been covering the president-elect. Tell me, just generally talk about that. And we got 5 minutes.
Okay.
But between the two of you, I want you guys to just talk about what has happened as a result of that.
It was an amazing journey. When Dr. Gina Spivey Brown was announced the new incoming president, and we were praying along the way anyway that the right person would be chosen. When she was chosen, I remember asking God, what can we do with this? What can we do with this? And I felt broadsided, Kenny. Names started coming to me. I had to run to my computer and start typing up names. And God said, prayer is the most underutilized source of power that we have. We need to pray for this sister. So I called up the sisters because we know that when women pray,
Yes.
God moves.
Yes.
When black women pray,
Heaven shakes and moves.
the ground shakes under us. So we called the sisters together to have a Zoom session.
Yes.
And it was so overwhelming that there were hundreds who could not get on.
Yeah.
We had to actually increase capacity
Right.
while we were talking. So over the past couple of weeks, we've been having prayer for her. We've been having Zoom sessions, and each day at noon, we pray for Dr. Gina Spivey Brown.
Wow. Ted?
We were so moved and empowered and encouraged by the efficacious prayers of the queens that the next day the men had their own prayer Zoom call. We too were at capacity. We too called upon heaven to cover, to encircle, to empower Dr. Gina Spivey Brown. And we know that transition is occurring now, but transition will soon become trajectory. When transition becomes trajectory, then you know that those prayers are working. God wants us to do our part.
Yeah.
God themselves, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, God themselves will not do more than we allow them or ask them to do. They will actually sit and wait for you to ask. You have not because you ask not.
Wow. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we want to get through this transition period, do what she needs to do to get settled, and we are preparing to launch in a trajectory.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're waiting for that. So we're not just going to pray. We want to pay our faith as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Pray
That's
it
right.
and pay it.
That's right. People are excited in this moment. I think this is a moment of opportunity for lots of different things to happen. And because of that, we will arrive at the trajectory
Yes.
that God has designed for us. I've been honored to be able to have these very special people in my life
Come on,
today.
man. Come on, man.
Dr. Bev, Ted, these are my peeps right
Yes,
here.
sir.
And I
Yes,
love
and
you guys, and I love who you are and what you do. You absolutely can. You can take another 30 minutes if you want.
I just want to make one last point. in a state of gratitude, we called for prayer over Dr. Gina Spivey Brown in person around the historic bell tower.
Oh.
Yes, Friday.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, the sisters encircled Dr. Brown, and the brothers encircled the sisters. And you know we call them our spiritual sentries.
Yeah.
Where they stand like bulwarks, never failing,
Yeah.
to protect us.
Yeah.
And we reached toward Dr. Brown and reached toward the heaven.
Yeah.
And we already know our prayers have been answered.
Yeah. What a powerful optic. If you've not seen it, you can go on social media. The images are there. The opportunities are there to see this very powerful moment of affirmation and submission to where God wants to take this process. That's what nobody's trying to get ahead of God.
Yes,
We're
sir.
all trying to step behind God together, however He chooses to lead.
Oh my God.
Thank you all so much for joining me
Thank
today.
you. Man, we
You
love
guys
you,
are just
brother.
amazing.
Love you,
and
fam.
enjoy. I love you all
And
too.
you know you're one of our favorite persons on the earth.
Well, it's
Hands
it's
down.
big Earth, so
Well, I just
I'm
like,
honored.
I just like to say I'm very fond of him. Peace out.
well, thank you, brother.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you so much, Kenny.
See
We
y'all
love the
soon.
work you
Love
do.
y'all. All right.
Thanks a lot, Kenny, man.
We are so happy to have this beautiful opportunity to be able to talk to so many different people today. I see Brother Mark Kibble. Mark, come on up here for a minute, man. You know you got to come up here for a minute. Sister Bev, it's so good to see you. Come on up here, Brother Mark. Brother, man, what's going on with you, man? So good to see you.
Better to see you, fam.
Have a seat, man.
Better to see you.
We're going to sit you right down here in the middle. I think Dr. Kesson Brades Dennis is also going to join us. Good to see you, first of all.
It's good to be here, and hello to everybody else out there.
In this moment of respite for you, because I know you could be anywhere, anytime, you guys just got back from Japan.
That's right.
That was huge because you had not been since before the pandemic.
It was amazing. to
Tell
be
me
over
about
there.
it.
We did the Blue Note. We had 8 shows, all sold out.
Wow.
And the big thing about this, because this is the first time that my daughter, who lives there and has a music career,
Right.
we actually brought her on stage and we sang together.
Oh, man.
My daughter is killing it. Her name is Chloe, if you don't already know. She is killing the game over there. She is touring with like 3 different artists and is booked for the rest of the year. So I'm a very, very proud daddy.
Well, listen, every time you say, or every time Chloe's name is mentioned, of course, I go back about 24 years or so when she was the flower girl at Cyanide Wedding.
That's right.
And just to see her grow up and mature into a beautiful young woman who's doing her thing the way she wants to do it is a great thing.
It's a wonderful thing, and it's a big blessing to be able to still be out there. God is still allowing us to tour and be out there and still spread His message throughout the world. And we hadn't been back to Japan in a long time. It was awesome.
Wow.
It was awesome, and this year, I think we go to Europe probably at least 3 times, 3 or not 4 times for the rest of the year. So we still got a little work to do.
Well, you probably don't know, but one of those trips I'm actually going to be on because I'm actually doing the Dave Coss cruise.
Oh, come on.
Well, I should say we're doing the Dave Coss. I'm not going by myself. Simon's going to be there too.
Oh, this is nice.
We
this
too.
is really nice.
We'll be there.
Y'all don't even know. Your boy right here is going to be partying hard. You didn't even know he did that. But trust me when I say on this cruise, we're going to have a good time.
We're going to have a real good time, and I'm looking forward to it, brother.
Oh, me too. Now I'm really looking forward to it.
I'll be there, man.
Yeah, bring your radio gear. Bring your radio gear.
Yeah.
We'll do this. God bless you.
Great to
God
see you,
bless
brother.
man. All right.
All right.
Everybody, we love you. God bless you.
Enjoy the rest of your time. All right. Dr. Kesslin Brades Dennis is with us this afternoon.
Hey,
also,
family.
Dr. K, what's going on with you, girl?
Listen, I have heard some things that I need to debunk up here.
All right, well, debunk
I
them.
done heard partying on a cruise and
Ooh,
I was
whoa,
not invited.
whoa.
I have heard some people talk about they were their favorite people. I thought that was me. So I just came on the air to debunk some stuff.
Well, we're going to call you
and wait for my invitation for the cruise.
Well, listen, we're going to call you the debunker in chief.
I'll take
for this moment.
I'll take it.
You debunk whatever you need to debunk.
I'll take it.
In there, listen, It's been a big weekend for you because, again, you're back at your alma mater.
Yes.
This is a place that you walked as a student, that you taught as an instructor, that you have continued to inspire future generations of young people. You've done some of that since you've been back this weekend. You're one of my favorite people for a lot of reasons. I'm going to tell you one of those many reasons. There are people who in the academic space who I think care about students. And there are some people in the academic space who I think literally invest everything that they can in the development of students. You're one of those people.
Yes, thank you.
Because you have the opportunity to nurture people along the way, focusing on many different things, whether it's a thesis, whether it's a dissertation. You're out there, you're visible, you're showing up, you're present, you're deeply invested in those spaces. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Well, listen. Truth be told, and I think I've told you this before, you planted the seed.
Oh my gosh.
I was a student at Oakwood, probably 92, 3.
Yeah.
And you came back as a young alumni, not that you're
a younger.
And you talked about how to, and I saw you, not only did you talk about it, you exemplified the act of giving back and serving to full capacity. And I have never forgotten that. On that panel was you, Dr. Kim Logan Nolan.
Oh, yes.
And I think Dave Parson may have been in that group.
Could have been.
But you planted the seed. So all that I am
Wow.
is because of you.
Wow.
And God. But
Wow.
thank you.
Wow. I am
Thank
so humbled by that. And I know that the academic space is unique. It's rich, it's genuine, and it's ripe with opportunities because you literally have in your hand the capacity to determine a person's future just by how you engage and relate with them. I'm curious as to how you continue to maintain the passion that you have for this space, because we know the academic landscape has changed.
When I just came from the social work alumni breakfast, and my students are now teachers. And so when they say, you planted the seed, like Edith Fraser and Juliet Phillips and Gregory Mims and Ellen Anderson planted the seed, once the seed is watered, it grows.
Yeah.
And so the students who come back to say thank you watered the seed.
Yeah.
And it keeps me nourished.
Yeah.
It keeps me nourished. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I think students are the greatest teachers.
I do too.
Students are the greatest teachers.
I will tell you what my experience has been in the classroom. I spent roughly 25 years in the classroom in some form or fashion. And the more I got into administrative roles, the further I got away from the classroom.
Yes.
Which again, I'm grateful for those opportunities, but I was always hungry for the classroom. It was like where I wanted to be. And I just remember those days when I woke up energized and inspired to just be in this place.
Yes.
Where I was not there just to tell people something or, impress them with my knowledge or my credentials, but to be a catalyst for their growth and their success.
Yes.
And to just be in environments with both traditional and non-traditional students.
Absolutely.
It's such an amazing thing.
Absolutely.
That I just, like you said, it is to me the best thing to be.
Truly. Kenny, I was working at, how should I say this on the air?
Well,
I was working at a national organization for social work.
Yes.
I left the classroom because I was a little tired. I was in administration. I was a little burnt out. So let me try something else. It didn't give me the same fire.
Yeah.
I loved it, but I missed
Yeah.
the classroom.
Yeah.
And so when I went back to the classroom, the interviews were like, well, why? You've been here and you've done this, and why? I said, I miss the exchange.
Yeah.
That is not anywhere else.
Yeah.
I miss the exchange.
Yeah.
So those things give me the fire.
Yeah.
They give me the passion. I love it.
Yeah.
Just love it.
What do you think the future of social work is now, especially with all of the challenges to funding and agencies, academic institutions? What is the future of social work?
I don't know that we know. I really don't know. I mean, when you think about just technology alone and AI and the introduction of just new ways of learning and being in the academic space, who knows? AI alone, who knows?
Yeah.
So students don't have to write anymore because AI does it for them, right?
Yeah.
So what does that mean
Yeah.
for test taking and preparation and writing diagnostic notes? We don't know. I think we are creating our future even as we live through it,
Yeah, wow.
right?
Wow.
And then, listen, the current political narrative, this is taking us back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, if not before, right?
Yeah.
And so while we are learning from the past, we are again creating a future that hopefully we have learned some lessons from our past
Yeah.
to help lead us forward. But again, it's a new day.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can definitively say what social work and social work education will be,
Yeah.
but I am hopeful that we are standing true to our values,
Yeah.
service, integrity, ethics, the value of relationships, the value of a human being, the value of research and inquiry. I hope we're standing true to those values, even though we don't know how they're going to play out in the future.
Yeah. I love what you're saying because I think in the midst of all of the challenges, we have to have a sense of hope. And we can't play the game in the context of like, it's like the second string. We have to think first string. And we have to move into situations in a very powerful, proactive way. Because when you hear things like, there's now an attack on Head Start, shutting it down.
Cancer treatment.
There's all of these different things that are going to have a profound impact on families, communities, and more.
Yes.
And then how does that shift the energy in our society as a consequence of that? What's the outcome on the other side? But we have to have a sense of hope that continues to compel us and propel us forward,
Yes.
so that we can make the decisions about the future that we need to make.
Absolutely. I am, social work is a hope-filled profession. It is a hope-filled profession. Not only are we hopeful, but we are acting out change.
Yes.
And so I agree. We may not know what it's going to look like, but we're moving forward with a sense of hope.
Yeah.
Hope for our future.
I'm optimistic. It's really the only way I can be. I can acknowledge the challenges, but I also have to find groups of people like yourself who are pressing forward in spite of and
Yes.
saying, let's keep the ball moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm thankful to be in company with you.
Well, how can people connect with you? Because again, I think if I was in the situation that a lot of students are in, majoring in social work, majoring in anything, I'd want to be connected with you in some way because you really do care about students. And as a consequence of that, how can people connect with you?
There are lots of things that I do. So let me give a few options. I am the executive director of the North American Association of Christians in Social Work. And we help social workers integrate faith and practice. And so I can be reached at Kesslyn, Kesslyn, at nacsw.org, Kesslyn at nacsw.org. And I also help people get through their doctoral programs. And so I can be reached at Dr. Kesslyn at thePhDconsultants.com.
I love the fact that you are accessible. You're not in the witness protection program.
I am not.
You're not hiding under a rock.
I am not.
You're ready to make it happen, and we're ready to have you make it happen.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Kesslyn Brace-Dennis, we're always privileged to have her. And just because you live up north now doesn't mean I can't find you.
Listen, anytime.
You're just
come on.
You're just a StreamYard link away.
Absolutely.
From having conversations like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right.
Absolutely. Good to be here. Good to see you.
Good to see you also. We're going to keep things rolling as a consequence of what's happening today. It's Alumni Weekend Homecoming 2025. I already see my next guest. She is Stacia in the house. Come on up here, Stacia. My folk aren't paying attention this afternoon. They're greeting, they're hugging, they're loving, they're doing all good. Come on over here, Stacia. You, of course, are a well sought after person, including me. I wanted to have you on the show today.
Thank you,
because I knew
Kenny.
you'd have some good things to share. It's so good to see you, my friend. Oh, it's so good to see you.
Telling you, always a pleasure.
Yeah, listen, it's Alumni Weekend 2025. You are back home.
I am home. Born at Huntsville Hospital, so this is really home. Most people are transplants, but it's in my DNA over here.
Hey, listen, what's it like to be back home again? Because, you do come periodically. You got peeps here now, so,
Yeah, it is always good to come home because it's really where my roots truly are. I mean, my parents retired and moved back in 2010. And, each year I find an excuse to come home. But thankfully, the university has brought me back to host the Oakwood Honors each Friday night for the past 3 years.
And that, of course, took place this past Friday. What was that experience like for you?
Amazing as usual. We have such a rich history of prolific and change makers that come out of Oakwood University. And so being able to honor them has been my pleasure, even from the production side. When it first started off, I think years and years ago, was Mervyn Warren is when we kicked it off. And then following that, we've done Take Six and Virtue and highlighting the philanthropists that have come out. Whitley Phipps was last year, and posthumously T. Marshall Kelly. So being able to celebrate our own Black excellence, historically Black colleges and universities, especially in this temperature where history is not as much celebrated or is trying to be retold. And I'm so grateful that Oakwood is highlighting our own.
Oakwood Honors, as you said, is a relatively new thing that happens here, but it's such an appropriate thing. As you said, the rich legacy and the history of this institution, you could just create a who's list of people that may be known and even unknown. I mean, there are a lot of people out there, change makers and pioneers and trailblazers that are making an impact in our world and have been doing for many, many years. So the addition of this Oakwood Honors initiative is welcome for so many people to be able to highlight in this moment some of those people who are making a difference.
Yes, and I have to give a shout out to also Oakwood alum who really was the founding idea maker behind it, Carmen Hope Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
That's where this really...
Shout
out to Carmen over in Jamaica.
living that life.
Yes, I wish this sun is good today, but I don't think it compares to that Caribbean sun. A little bit jealous. But, it is a beautiful thing for us to be able to come together and celebrate and celebrate this rich history. So shout out.
Well, I live vicariously through you anyway, because you share a space that I'm very familiar with, and that's the jazz space.
Yes.
And one of my favorite jazz performers, Brian Culbertson, is somebody that you happen to be well connected with. And so, periodically you guys team up and get together on something. Tell us about what you're doing.
All right. Well, yes. As you well know, Mr. Jazz in the Park, Huntsville, right here. Love always having the pleasure to work with you over the last couple of years, and we did that together. But I work with been working with Brian Culbertson as a client of my company, Be Real Media Management, for over 10 years now. And Jazz Getaway is the name of the brand, Brian Culbertson's Jazz Getaway, which started in Napa Valley, California. He's a Chicagoland person, so the second iteration of it we started about 4 years ago, no, probably actually 7 years ago in Chicago, Jazz Getaway. And then last year, 2 years ago, we started the New Orleans Jazz Getaway. So that we've now retired the Chicago Jazz Getaway. I serve as the customer service management and I'll take care of all of our guests, take care of emails along with my customer service staff. And I'm happy to be in that space where I can see all the live music, work with Brian Culbertson and his whole management team, and be able to cultivate community, which, with jazz, is really like a family.
Yeah.
Because it's such a unique genre.
Interconnections and the bridges that are created in the process, the circles that exist as a consequence of that.
Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just, and it's because of the richness, as we know, of jazz history. It is something that is interwoven to bringing together multiple communities, multiple cultures. Even though we know it came out of the Black culture, even though Brian Culbertson is our brother from another color. He got soul, and when you see him playing the piano backwards, I was done. I was like, okay, he can come to the cookout.
Give him a card. An honorary card. Yeah, listen, first of all, Brian Culbertson's one of my favorite, and like you, perhaps, when I first saw Brian Culbertson, man, that guy is good, and I love his music. And then I found out you were connected, and I was like, oh man, what a beautiful thing to have you as part of that process, making things happen on the ground for one of the people that I respect in the industry. And of course, you were one of the people I respect in the industry. And these industry people coming together and making it happen, I think is so exciting.
It is. And whenever we're ready to get Jazz in the Park Huntsville together, let's talk. We got to get some of the Brian, and Brian has so many people that have come out of his camp.
Yeah.
Like I think Marquell Jordan, who came to Huntsville Jazz in the Park, was out of connections that I made with Brian Culbertson.
Yeah.
So it's been a pleasure for me to be able to also make those connections and then spread the love.
Yeah. Well, you were an asset to me, as you just mentioned, for Jazz in the Park. Definitely elevated our game. Took a lot of what needed to be taken off my back. Recognized that immediately, and I was grateful for that. And as soon as we're able to make that happen again, we absolutely will, because you are an extraordinary professional. And I'm going to take that all the way back to UNCF, because I was part of the UNCF committee for 25 years. And I remember having a conversation about bringing you on one time and how we had done what we did for so long, but it was like, now come on, we know we can improve, we can do better. There's some gaps here. Let's just be honest. And wouldn't it be great to have a producer of this thing who actually makes things happen? And people that need to step back from it. You came in, Stacia, and you were extraordinary in that process.
Thank you so much, Kenny. I do believe in highlighting people and giving them command of the space that they were born to do.
Yeah.
Not everybody needs to be or is a producer.
Yeah.
If you are, that's preachers preach, singers sing. And why folk be like trying to cross and be like, I'm gonna just do everything. Everybody ain't good at everything. And I am a big proponent of. I went and studied about production. I did go and did an internship at like the Bold and Beautiful after leaving Oakwood and gone in the production space. Radio was my first love. Patient with working with WOCG at the time, now WJOU, going and producing a film festival for 8 years. So I know the space of media and learned a lot from that experience. And so when I became a producer and owner of Be Real Media Management, one of the things I really wanted to do is be able to elevate our folk who thought that they had the knowledge to be able to do everything, and everything ain't for everybody. Turn it over to a professional and you'll see the difference. And so, I mean, not to put anybody down, but just know that if you want a dentist, hire a dentist. Don't be like, well, my mom and them, they know about teeth. Like, no, just hire the people that actually have been studied on the job. So that was what I tried to bring to UNCF for the first time I was brought in, thankfully, with your help and David Person and several other folks advocating, brought in Be Real Media Management in 2013, and we were able to bring in Layla Hathaway and some professional other people. And so it has been my joy and my pleasure to speak to and elevate the class, because we are excellent, and everything we should do should be with excellence, and professional producers help with that.
We definitely went to the next level for sure, and I know that whoever your work touches will go to the next level, and I'm so appreciative that I get to call you friend. And I'm going to do the Brian Culbertson thing at some point.
Come
I'm a retiree
come on,
now.
Kenny.
Yeah.
We in Napa. We in New Orleans.
Yeah, Napa sounds like where I need to be.
June. And anybody who's looking, it's jazzgetaway.com is where it's at. We still have some single days for June. Come on, Kenny.
Let me look at my calendar to see what's going on.
Come on.
I'm serious, because I've not been to that area of California, and I love it just from what I've seen over the years.
Beautiful.
And to combine it with the beauty of the area and the people, of course, who are part of that segment, and then the jazz thing. I mean, oh wow.
You can't beat it. Bay Area, and that's my family's roots are from Oakland, so it's always good to come Bay Area too.
Checking my calendar when I get off the air.
Come on,
and I'll let you know if
Please
something
do.
comes out.
I got you.
Yeah, I can't come out without letting you know.
I wouldn't have it any other way. So hopefully we'll see you in Napa, and it's always a pleasure to take the time to talk with you, my friend. And
Stacia, so good to see you as well. You have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
And I think I'm getting ready to interview somebody who I saw walk up a few minutes ago that is probably close by. And No. Do you have my list? Don't let them. Let them. All right, I'll see you. Come on up, Della. Hey, what's happening, man? All right. Hey, we're going to keep things rolling here, and we're just switching things around a little bit, but it's okay, folks. We're going to let you know, first of all, that, let's see, it's about 1:30 right now. This is Second Chance. I'm Kenny Anderson. This is the homecoming edition of the broadcast. I see a brother I want to get a hold of right now. Let's see if I can see him look this way. If he looked this way, I was going to say, get on over here. And I see somebody, yeah, he didn't look this way. I was going to tell him, get on over here, Della. But since he didn't look this way, I couldn't tell him that. It's Ronald Tunis. I know you, Ronald Tunis, but I don't know if you remember me, man. You were just a little bit ahead of me. I was 75, class of 75, freshman class of 75. You were in Oakwood at the time. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, that means you were a senior when I was a freshman, and then you were there an extra year while I was there. So it's good to see you, brother. It's good to see you, man. I hope all is going well with you. I see Cynthia Powell Hicks out there doing her thing. And I have with me right now Della Ward Gershowitz. Della, it is so good to have you here, Dr. Della Ward Gershowitz. Let me give her her full title and her full respect here, because that's just what we do in this space. I am so happy that you're here, because this has been a huge weekend for you and your family.
It really has.
I know you've been just on the move for lots of different reasons. I won't say it began on Friday, but there was something really big that happened here on campus on Friday. Dr. Mark Woodson has written a book.
Definitely
on your dad, who is, of course, let me talk about him for a minute. I know you love him, he's your dad, but legendary evangelist, preacher, church leader, pastor, speaker, and I probably should say first father, father up there at top, Elder Eric Calvin Ward. This was an amazing experience on this past Friday to be able to have that experience at the regional conference office. Tell me a little bit about what that experience was and what it meant to you. You were part of the panel, actually.
Yes, Kenny. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that illustrious notation that you made in the beginning. I just want to say I appreciate what Mark Woodson did, Dr. Mark Woodson. He called 5 years ago while I was in New York and said, I want to write a book about your dad. I said, Mark, you're kidding. He gave me some interesting notes that I didn't even know about my dad at the time. So I can't wait to dive into the actual book. But on Friday, we launched that book. That book is such a historical, in-depth view of my father's life. He actually went to places where Daddy was as a child, and went to places where he and my mother lived. And I'm just so honored. I feel so honored and blessed to be a part of that panel, to be a part of what history is being made. And I think we need more books on more Black Adventist, notable people that I can't even tell you. It's gonna be a historical, in-depth view of my father.
You said a few things there. I want to kind of cover some of those things. The book is called The Spiritual Leadership Development of Eric C. Ward, and what I really liked about what Dr. Woodson did in this book was that he took a leadership model and he applied it to your dad's life.
He did.
So he first of all started out by saying the story of your dad's life has not been told, just as many other leaders in the church's lives have not been told, but they are significant lives and they're significant stories that need to be told. And to apply this leadership model to his life, from the early stages until the end of his life, where he talked about where he finished strong.
Finishing strong.
Was such a powerful witness. And so when I left there, I had to run, make one more stop, but then I ran over to the bookstore and I bought the book.
Oh, wow.
So I'm in chapter 1 right now. Not very far, but I'm in chapter 1 since Friday, which has been a busy weekend.
Wow.
What an amazing opportunity to learn about this person who's your dad, that so many of us have revered for so long. We saw him do what he did, but didn't necessarily know where the roots of those things came from.
Can I just tell you the roots? I was talking to my oldest sister, Carolyn Wardmore, this morning, and she told me that my grandmother, my father's mother, born in Barbados, from Trinidadian descent, used to go to church. And Daddy used to say, I don't know why my mother is always going to church sitting on a board. And he literally thought it was a board.
Wow.
And so she is the reason for the wards being Seventh-day Adventists.
Wow.
Because she was the first one, and she was an active member in the church.
Wow.
And as the book will tell, I don't want to spoil anything,
Right.
my father, he had a near-death experience. Her husband, my father's father, my grandfather, he had a near-death experience. And so all of us that have been affected by E.C. Ward have been, we've all come from really my grandmother.
Yeah, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And so it's been a fantastic book in the making. Mark and I have gone back and forth. I am the first one that he called, and I'm the first one he said that responded. And we put pictures together, and I just can't wait. You're further along than I am. You're in chapter 1. I want to sit down somewhere real quiet and get into that book, because I know I'm going to learn things about my father that I did not know, because his research is so in-depth. And I just want to say this.
Yeah.
That is, we need more. Like you said, there are so many people that are influential in this denomination.
Yeah.
And we need books, we need biographies.
Yeah.
We need to know their beginning.
That's right.
And look at their endings.
That's right.
And so I think this is the beginning of something great. I think
Wow.
we'll get some more books out here on that.
I think so too. I really think so, and I think that's such a good thing, because again, we think about, I'm gonna say I think about, because I was here when your dad pastored the church as a student here, the discipline, the integrity, the passion for Christ and his word. You know, those things come from somewhere when we see them practice in people's lives. They don't just spring up from nowhere. They don't just come out of the blue.
No.
They actually come from a person's experiential base.
Absolutely.
And as Dr. Woodson was saying, I've just connected all of this stuff to Elder Ward's life.
Exactly.
And you'll now understand the man that you experienced because of what he experienced that led him to these particular things in life. Even the name of the tent, the evangelistic tent, and all of the things that
The
Mark
big
was talking
gospel
about, the
tent.
big gospel tent, and how he had that earlier experience that
Yes.
influenced him,
Yes.
and just some of the ways and things that we saw were absolutely amazing. The other thing that, as I'm sitting here thinking about, I'm listening to you also, it's going to be fascinating reading this as his daughter.
Oh, I can't wait. Like I said, Daddy was so married to the church, literally.
Yeah.
That I would see, him in worship in the morning and worship at night, and the back of his head the rest of the day, and him speeding along in his Dodge Aries over to this church. He just gave his life to the church. So
Yeah, a remarkable man indeed. What do you think your dad's legacy is?
That's a tough one, but I think his main legacy is discipleship. I think that just becoming that seed that dies so that others can live, and the spreading of that seed. Had he not died for Christ and for a purpose, there would be a lot of unsaved people in the world. I can't wait to see when I get to heaven his crown, because so many people have passed the torch on to the next generation. I think about Little Richard. I think about so many lives that he touched, and I think his legacy was just discipleship. friendship, servitude, and giving.
Yeah.
He knew people's names, and he gave all of his life just for the Lord.
Yeah.
Wanted to preach.
Yeah, and just and see people's lives change, and see people accept Christ as their Savior. What a pure thing to want.
I know it. A
In terms of our
noble thing.
lives. Yeah,
Noble thing.
yeah.
Because
Wow.
as a little boy, we understand, and we'll see in the book, no spoilers here, but he wasn't always like that. And so sometimes I wonder where I had gotten it from. but well, you know, God has a way of transforming our lives and turning us into the character and into the people that he wants us to be.
Yeah.
And I think, I just think so highly of Mark. I'm so grateful that E.C. Ward was my father.
Yeah.
And I'm just so proud of the work and the effort and all the research that Mark put into this book.
Yeah.
That's my little Marky from Berean Church in Los Angeles. And he did it.
Yeah.
He really did it. 5 years in the making.
Yeah, wow.
So even though it may look a little thin, it is an in-depth book.
Oh yeah, no, it's rich. It's rich. I can tell already. I'm excited about already breaking into the first chapter. It's been a busy weekend, but I'm gonna have some time this week to get a little deeper into the book.
Very
And
good.
I'm excited because again, his life was part of my life.
Yes.
And I want to learn more as well as a
Yes.
consequence of this story. Where can people get the book?
There's a link on my Facebook page. If you don't have my Facebook page, you can get it from probably any Adventist store now.
Yeah.
Just look up the title. I know Oakwood College store does have
That's where I got
copies.
mine. Yeah.
But there's a link, and if they want to ask Oakwood College Church or if they're friends with Della Ward on Facebook, they can take the link right off my page.
Right.
But it's through the Review and Herald, I believe it is,
Yeah.
Pacific Press.
Yeah.
And so I think if they just search or Google it, they'll be able to find the book and get it. Someone just behind me in church today just went on and got it within 3 or 4 minutes. So it's going to be easy to access.
It's worth snagging it. It's worth doing it. You gotta check it out. She's Dr. Della Ward Gershowitz. I get to call her friend too. Yeah, it's funny because everybody I'm talking to today, I get to call friend. I'm not just doing these interviews, but these are people who have enriched my life over the years, and I'm grateful that you're with us today.
Oh, Kenny, it's been a pleasure. And you, I can say I've known since we were teenagers.
That's right.
You have been such an influential person in my life before, and so much more now that I'm back here in the area. It's wonderful to see all of the wonderful things that you and David Persons and so many others do. And I'm just inspired by you as well. Thank you
Praise
so
God.
much.
Thank you so much for being with us
All
today.
right.
And
Good
I'll
to
see
be
you
here.
soon.
I hope so.
All right.
All right. Bye,
We're
everybody.
gonna keep it rolling here because I see my next guest, and we're gonna invite him to come up quickly as we move forward in the process. I see Sister Donna Baker in the house. You know, she's the GM at WJ. You gonna come over and talk to me in a little while? In a little while, you gonna come and talk to me? All right, good. Because I need you to come talk to me. What's going on, my man? Now, folks, I got to tell you, I started teaching at Oakwood in 1990. I taught, actually, my first class was in Green Hall, back over to my, what direction is that? That's south. I think that's south. Green Hall to the south. That's at Green Hall. The chapel, Mosley Chapel to the south. I'm sorry, I said Green Hall is back that way to the west. It was in Mosley Chapel right over there. And then, of course, I had a few classes in Green Hall and stuff like that. But the day that Wayne Marshall came to my class, what year was it?
Oh, we talking 94, 95?
Yeah, 94, 95.
Yeah.
It was something like that.
Yeah.
The day this guy came into the class, I knew he was something special. I'm going to tell you, he came into the class with a look in his eye that he was hungry and that he was ready to learn and he was ready to study. And he did not prove me wrong. He's one of the best students I've ever had before. And I love the fact that he's done everything that he's done since then. And I'm so glad to have him on the broadcast today. The last time I saw you was in Big Spring Park.
Jazz
where you
Festival.
surprised me with
Yes.
the Jazz Festival. Just
Yeah.
rolled up on me. I was like, what are you doing here? And I was so excited to see you. Wayne Marshall, what's going on, man?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I'm glad to be on the show with my mentor, my man, my hero, my light that led me through the way in dark times. This is a full circle moment for me.
Wow. Listen, man, I'm just grateful to have you in this space at this time. Tell me about what it's like to just be back here this year at Oakwood University.
To be back here, first of all, it was always like coming home. You know, it was always like mama's cooking, that smell, the campus. I tried to get my fry pad sandwich, which they wish not give me yesterday. But yeah, you know, I'm looking for a Parker burger. I mean, it's coming back home. It's like coming home. And the beauty of Oakwood is it's not just coming home physically, it's coming home spiritually. It's seeing your brethren that you haven't seen, that have gone out scattered about the world. This is our beacon.
Yeah.
You know, this is like the bat signal. It's Oakwood. It's time to all go back home.
That's right. And that was said yesterday. That was a theme that was mentioned, that, you know, this whole notion of coming together and making sure that we sustain the ability to keep this institution going. I'm very proud that my legacy goes to Oakwood. You know, every success I've had in life goes through Oakwood. It was my degree. It was my coming back to teach. It was my serving on different committees and boards here. It was watching legacies come, you know, children of the people and relatives of the people that I knew and went to school with. Of course, you were one of those because of your uncle. And so it was one of those things for me that was very, very powerful and continues to be part of what the Oakwood thing is, the Oakwood legacy is, and why I enjoy coming back here every year.
Right.
And I know you feel a lot of that as well.
Yeah. You know, and for me, even when we first walked in that class, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, didn't really know where I wanted to go. And to see your face, to tell me, this is what you need to do, I think you need to take this seriously. And for it to be another black man on top of that, that could relate to not just my educational, but my well-being and my spiritual journey and all those things I would face, only here.
Yeah, man. I would put this experience up against any academic experience on the planet. I'm very sincere about that, because for me, education is a whole person experience. It's not just going to the school that has the best rating because they have a certain curriculum or certain endowed professorships and things like that. It's not just that. I was talking with somebody earlier, and it was like you could literally go here, sit in a classroom with somebody, and then end up at that person's dinner table on the weekend.
Yes.
Which was a part of an extension of that nurturing experience. And then the people around that table are the people that you know 15, 20, 30, 35 years later as a consequence of that. Go anywhere in the world, literally, and somebody says they had the Oakwood experience, even if it was just for a few days or a semester.
Right.
You know, there's a connection automatically, and you cannot get that everywhere you go. There's something special that happens here.
Right. We are the only SDA HBCU.
That's right.
In the world.
That's right.
In the world. So we are very unique. It's a singular experience. It's the college experience, but it's so much more.
Yeah.
And even crossing paths with the great Kenny Anderson shaped my life. You know, look what it did for me. I don't know where I would have been without that. And those are the roots that I want to give back. And I try to pass on to the next generation as it was passed on to me.
Yeah, that element of giving back, we talk about the motto, enter to learn, depart to serve, and I think so many of us embrace that, even if we don't necessarily know what that's going to mean on the other side of the graduation stage. We end up in that space because we've been challenged and we've seen it happen. What is that model like for you in terms of leaving here to serve?
Leading here to serve is, I kind of flipped it when I left, and I was like, instead of sort of leading to serve, I served to lead. Because when I left here, I realized that I had the entrepreneurial spirit. I realized that I had the confidence to do it. Because I'd met other entrepreneurs, even such as yourself, that happened to be moonlighting as my professor.
Right.
So I was like, well, if he could do it, I could do it. And so it's almost like that thing where if you can't see it, you can't believe it, but if you can believe it, you can achieve it. Here at Oakwood University is where you see those role models that are all the things that you might have wished you could have been, but didn't know if it was even out there for you. You get it here. And so a lot of people that I've known, we've all gone into private practices and this, that, and the third, is that I've never been afraid to step out on my own because of the courage I learned here. And when the tough times came like they did, the faith that I learned here bridged me through. And that's a powerful combination that you can't get anywhere else.
You really can't. And I think it's part of that Oakwood brand, once again, that makes this such a special place. You know, you established relationships years ago. They continue to today. You think about the Oakwood of the future. What do you want for the Oakwood of the future?
I want for the Oakwood of the future for it to continue to grow. You know, and I want the word to continue to spread like wildfire that we are family, but still keep our home core values. You know, just because we become more in the world, not to become more of the world, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I want to see Oakwood grow in that way.
Yeah, and the potential exists, I think, for that to happen. Of course, we're in a period of transition with a new president coming on board. There's a lot of excitement, and I think there's also a lot of recognition about the unique challenges that the educational space is facing today because of some of the federal decisions that are being made. But I think there's a resilience, and there's an investment, and there's a commitment to make sure that Oakwood continues. And I think that there are people who are willing to step up and be those people who will make that happen. And I know you're going to be one of those people, just like me, and continue to inspire people like yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm excited, just on a personal note, to see Oakwood get their first black female president. It's long overdue. And I know she's going to do great things, and I'm just excited about the transition and where it's going to go, and I just know it's only going to go up.
Well, I look forward to continuing to see you in the mix, and keep doing good for yourself, and keep representing this institution.
Yes, sir. Always. All right. Thank you.
It's great to see you, man. Wayne Marshall joining me this afternoon. Such a privilege and opportunity and a pleasure to be able to do that. We've got Mason West is supposed to be with me right now. And if I don't see Mason, then we'll go ahead and make a transition. I saw him walk across in just a moment ago. I don't see Reverend Derek Green. I could do that, but he was supposed to be with me at 1, so that's what's throwing everything off. I don't see Mason, so let's go ahead and get him we'll do it for a short period of time, and then if I've got to make a change, then I'll make a change. So let's get Dr. Habdi up here. And as soon as Dr. Habdi comes on, I need you up here now, sir. All right, we are in the middle of Homecoming 2025. I see people everywhere. I mean, there's people left and right. I see Eric and Lori Kelly. What's up, my peeps? Y'all doing all right today? Good to see y'all. I'm going to be talking with them in just a minute. Hey, what's happening? Carrie, Sister Carrie, good to see you. What's up, Cardi? Good to see you over there. Oh, here's Mason now. Hang on. We've got Mason coming in. Let me Mason, give me just a minute, okay? Can you hang on just a minute? Okay. All right. We're going to talk to Dr. Habdi just for a minute. And if I can, we're going to we're just in transition right now. I'm going to go ahead and keep talking because I'm on the radio. Sorry about that, folks. But we are on a live broadcast today. T.Y., one of my former roommates here in the city of Huntsville. What were the name of those apartments, man? I don't forgot, man. Over there on Old Madison Pike. That's all I remember, man. Every time I pass those apartments, I think about you and me as roommates back in the day. But we were friends here at Oakwood. Actually, way back when, in 1975, when we first came to this community. That's my guy right there. T.Y. and I have been through a variety of different things, and we certainly appreciate him being here. What's happening, sis? Good to see you this afternoon. My boy, my brother, my friend. Good to see you for sure. At this time, I have Dr. Cleveland Habdi. Dr. Habdi, I'm going to catch you just for a few minutes here. Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see you, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Let's make sure that folks can hear you there. Oakwood University Homecoming 2025. What's going on with you, man?
Man, I am enjoying this awesome alumni weekend.
Is there some energy out here?
There's so much energy. I've not felt this kind of energy at any previous alumni.
Ooh, let me see. That's saying a lot now.
I've been to a lot of them.
Yeah, and you and I the same, but I feel that electricity as well. And I think it's probably being generated for a lot of reasons. I think that people see this not just as a moment of transition because of leadership, but also because it's a moment of opportunity. It's a chance for us to come together, to build bridges, to move the university forward and that much more. You're probably seeing and hearing some of the same things.
Yes, I mean, definitely. And when I talk to people, I see them, I interact, there's so much hope.
That's a big word.
So much hope, because the view of Oakwood has always been that this is a place of excellence.
Yeah.
And this is the place where loveliness keeps house and all that, right? But those sayings mean something. And so we've had a few challenges, but that's okay. Every great organization has those days. They have those challenges. And we're just reloading.
Yeah.
This is not to knock any previous administration. It's just that we reload, that's all. We're reloading.
Yeah, we're reloading at a time of transition for a lot of reasons, because we see some of the challenges at the federal level.
No doubt.
Some of the funding challenges for HBCUs. Some of the ideas that, I thought of Oakwood back in the day as a legacy school. Your mama went to Oakwood and her mama went to Oakwood and that kind of thing.
Right.
But now with the cost of education, people are making other decisions and opportunities. Oakwood continues to be a place that's desirable, and it's still a place that people see as a place that has potential for the highest excellence.
Yes, sir, the highest excellence. And the thing about it is that we're at a time now where they're reducing the importance of black folk. They can take the money they want. You know what? God's got it.
Yeah.
And we got it. I see an engaged alumni that is ready to pay the price.
Yeah.
When I've had building projects at churches, I raised the most money when they trusted me. When I cast a compelling vision that they saw.
Yeah.
And when they caught the vision, they put money behind it.
Yeah.
Didn't have any issues raising money for anything.
Yeah.
And so we have an alumni that's been waiting. Give us something. Don't just keep begging for something. Give us something.
Yeah.
And we're going to change some things. We're going to change some administrative functions, I believe, that will change us from fumbling the ball at the goal line to getting students across. A lot of things will be changed, and we're looking forward to it. We've got a great new administration coming in, and we've had greatness through the years. We just, what it is? It's like being the Pittsburgh Steelers from the 70s. You're just used to winning. It's like being the Golden State Warriors of current years.
Oh.
You got an attitude if you lose in the second round of the playoffs.
Come on now. You're breaking this thing down. You're bringing it home. You're making that sports analogy we all can connect with. Doc, I got to tell you publicly, congratulations on achieving the status of earning your doctorate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I know that was a huge milestone for you. Our Zoom family, worship family, were cheerleading on the sidelines as we saw you getting closer to the goal line.
Yes, sir.
And you crossed the goal line with excellence.
Hallelujah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kenny. I appreciate you. And I appreciate the excellence you've brought, man, for 30, 40 years here. Lifting up this entire Tennessee Valley. You kidding me? You are symbolic. You are symbolic of the excellence that Oakwood is all about.
Wow.
I've always admired you. I think you need to know that. I've listened from afar in California, in Washington State, in Tennessee, in Georgia, wherever God has brought me, and I'm like, what's my boy Kenny doing? What is he doing? and then now we're part of the pastoral staff on Zoom Family Worship.
Amazing how things happen.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
and how things go.
Yes, indeed.
And it's so good to see you.
It's
so
awesome,
good to be a
my
part
brother.
of this conversation.
Yes, sir.
And look forward to having additional conversations in the future.
We're going to talk about some serious things. I got some fundraising ideas.
All right.
That will put millions in our pockets soon.
Man, let's talk about it for sure.
Sooner than later.
Let's do it. Dr. Cleveland Hockey, love you too, brother. Joining us this afternoon as part of the energy of the Oakwood University Homecoming 2025 experience. We're so glad that he had a chance to be with us on this afternoon, and we hope that we'll be able to have additional opportunities to talk with him as well. Just because people live other places. What's up, Jen? Good to see you. So good to see you this afternoon. Hey, listen, this is how we do it every Sunday afternoon, typically from 2 to 4. But, of course, it is the opportunity for us to be able to have our expanded edition of the homecoming edition of Homecoming. Hey, what's up, Doc? You doing all right? It's good to see you. It's good to see you off of the video link. It's amazing that we have this opportunity. Dr. Mason West is going to join us at this time, and I believe that if I can get some help. Come on, Doc. We're ready for you, man. This is a live show. We got folk looking, talking, waiting. How you doing, man?
Doing well, sir. Doing well.
This dude right here is the guy. Yeah, grab those right there. And turn that around. Yeah, there you go. This dude is the guy right here. First of all, Doc, I'm not going to bury the headlines, man. Congratulations on earning your doctorate.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
It just seems so fitting for you.
Oh, really?
No, it does. It does. Because you've always been a visionary, and you've always been somebody who has celebrated excellence in education, but did not necessarily need it as a badge of affirmation.
Wow.
So it wasn't like as if, I got to be Dr. West in order to be affirmed. No, you were Dr. West when you were rolling here at Oakwood as part of WSB. I'm sincere when I say that, because people paid attention to you, people listened to you, and they did it not because they had to, but because you had something to say. And you have always had something to say, and you've done it in a way that has had a profound impact on people's lives, including my own. The young people you've worked with, consistently work with, the idea that you've always challenged them to dream bigger than where they are right now has always been an inspiration to me. So this conference of the doctorate, not to diminish it, it's huge, it's real, it's legitimate. But you were that long before that, and again, operating in a space not because you needed that to do something, but because you've always been drawn by the vision and the passion.
Wow. Yeah, it was a benchmark for my life. I didn't actually go in to get the doctorate. I was running a program, and I wanted to study the impact of the program on black boys. And so my wife was like, well, you might as well do that in the context of a doctoral degree.
Sure.
Which I did. And God bless, it helped me to discover a lot of things about what I do.
Yeah.
And the impact of it and what I need to fix and what I need to change. And also it allowed me to move in some arenas, where I was able to engage people who could help me further develop what I was trying to do in the world. So yeah, it was a great experience.
You've always been somebody who I've thought of in this way. The elements of innovation and creativity have always, to me, been foundational in what you've done. In other words, don't step into a situation looking for the status quo. Don't step into a situation looking to do what we've always done. It's not business as usual when you show up. It's like we're going to get down with what we need to get down with. We're going to be innovative. We're going to be creative. We're going to be pragmatic. We're going to do what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. I saw you do that in working with a brilliant initiative between Randolph and the other school that closed.
Butler. Yeah.
Butler. I mean, that's a shame on me. I forgot Butler for a second. But Butler and Randolph, that was brilliant. That kind of approach to education is not always seen and it's not always valued.
Yeah.
And that was the kind of thing I saw you doing. One of the many things I saw you doing, but that's why I said, you've been doing this a long time. And when you show up, it's all about saying to people, well, what about? Don't tell me about what is, and we've done it this way for 25 years. It's like, no, this group of people is different than every other group of people. And this person individually is unique. And independently individual, and you've always led in that kind of way. What has driven your passion for working with students and helping them achieve excellence?
Wow. Two things. For myself, when I was younger, I wasn't good at being an abstract thinker. So if someone told me to have faith in God, or someone told me to pray to God about something, it wasn't enough for me. The only way that I could see it is I had to see God working in a pragmatic way. So that's what I would do. If the idea was to clean up a community, if the idea was in education or whatever, I couldn't just think about it in the abstract, what students should do or what black people should do. What I had to do was actually do it to actually see God working. And people like yourself made that so real. That program with Randolph and Butler, you worked with the mayor's office, and you allowed those students to come into the mayor's office for a week and fulfill roles, of local government, which allowed them to see in a pragmatic way, what does it mean to lead? And what I loved about it was there was this city council meeting where you had the students from the Randolph School, and then you had these kids from Butler, right? And people had two different views of Randolph and Butler. And I'll never forget that they were giving their presentation, and one of the city councilmen asked a Randolph student a question, and he couldn't answer it. It was a real simple question like, what do you have in common with the young people you're working with? What have you learned from it? And he could not answer the question. But this young lady from Butler, right, because she had a different mindset as she was in this world trying to survive and overcome, not just fill some boxes, she answered the question eloquently. And that moment was transformational for me, because that has led to the development of programs just like that. Even the students here at Oakwood last year who went to Columbia with me and presented to the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and things, they see what they can do in a practical fashion, not just the abstract. And that's why I do it.
That's inspiring, just listening to that. And I just want to watch my time. I got a couple of minutes here, and I don't see your good friend, Reverend Derek Green, but he's up next. We'll talk till he comes.
Oh, yeah, he'll be here. He better be here.
You've been here this week, though, for a very specific purpose as well, not just homecoming, but you've had a chance to have a convocation with some students while you were here.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about what that was all about.
Yeah, I was here for two reasons. There's a program that the great Preston Foster runs that I came was a keynote speaker for that. And also, as I was explaining, 2 years ago, USAID came to me and said that they have been trying to work with HBCUs because they were trying to diversify the global workforce. So they had done a bunch of these memorandum of agreements with HBCUs to do programs on an international level, but they hadn't been able to get it rolling. So they asked me if I could do it. And I told them I could do it if you let me work with the one university you don't have a MOU with, and that was Oakwood.
Wow.
So the first year of the program, the students did a phenomenal job. They managed some young people on the Pacific coast of Colombia, creating some prototypes to develop agribusiness. And then the next year, the students did so well, the Oakwood students, they asked if we could take the Oakwood students and push it to other minority-serving institutions. Students did a phenomenal job. We worked with like 60 high school students, 30 here and 30 in Columbia. And right when we were about to take these students to Columbia, right when they were about to introduce this prototype, Donald Trump became president of the United States, and 9 days later, he eradicated the program.
Wow.
So what I told these students is what we will do is we will shift, right? All the skills that you are learning, what we're going to do is create a university-led think tank where you guys are going to conduct some research over the next few months, and then we are going to take that research and partner with people like Derek Green, Michael Taylor, Pax Fordham, Lydia Taylor, and then we are going to try to move the needle with that research by the midterm elections. And so that's why I was here launching that program.
Yeah, and that again to me speaks to what I described you as earlier, as a person who's innovative and creative.
Trying to be.
Yeah, but no, you're doing a great job of it, because in the context of this shutdown, a lot of people would have been paralyzed, would have been numb, they would have been fearful. Oh my God, what are we going to do? And instead of doing that, you have pivoted to another space that can produce some outcome that could be very positive for the students. And that seems to be one of the ways you approach things.
Yeah, sometimes you have to find, a different path.
Yeah.
Right now, I was talking to some young people the other day, and we were talking about the history of HBCUs and their purpose for facilitating black people assimilating into American society. But now we're at a point where assimilation can't be the goal. It has to be empowerment. And to be able to empower these young people when you have attacks coming at you from different ways, right, is to be able to pivot, to know the economic and civic systems well enough where you can pivot when they try to attack you. And I thank God that working with Preston Foster and Marcia Burden, these students, that we were able to pivot and see what else, we can do to hone these young people's leadership skills. And then I just thank people like the people I mentioned before. So Derek and I were under your mentorship. And there were a lot of times that I remember that, you as our sponsor in WSB challenged us to pivot. Yeah. I'll never forget We were in New Orleans on a trip, and we were arguing about something. And I'll never forget that we came back to the church, and all of us were big-headed. All of us had big egos, and there were all of these chairs in there, and there was this one chair at this desk, the big chair, and you somehow knew that all of us, when we came in the room, we were going to go to the biggest chair, right? And so as we were walking in the room, we were going towards that chair. You told us you better not sit in that chair. Sit around, and then you made us resolve our problems without anybody trying to be the big man in charge, right? And that's a strong, I never forgot that. It's a strong lesson that I've learned, right? That you not only have to collaborate, you have to collaborate from a point of view of servant leadership, you know, and you have to be able to pivot. And I just thank God that I'm able to work with people who are willing to do that and able to do it.
Beyond where you are right now, where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years? Where's God leading you in terms of this journey?
Wow, my wife and I were just having that conversation. I want to make sure the young black people are prepared, right, for what's to come. We often think that the situations like what's going on with our present administration are going to last a 4-year cycle. But usually when these things happen, it's 10 or 15, 20 years to get over it. If you look at civil rights legislation that was passed, whether it was in 1868, whether you go to 1938 to 1954, there was always this space where when white supremacy reared its ugly head in an authoritarian manner, it took years to get over. And so I want to work with students in HBCUs or high school or predominantly black high schools, right, to train them to understand the systems, because they are going to be the ones, right, who are going to be in the Supreme Court, who are going to be back in government when white supremacy realizes they can't do it by themselves, that they need us. And that's where I see myself in 5. I don't know what the position looks like. I just know I want to be preparing that group, right, that's going to bring us out of this mess that we are in if Jesus hasn't come yet.
What do you say to young people who might be confused about what's happening now? They may be a little bit distracted by what's happening now. Maybe some people even feel a little disheartened by what's happening now. They feel like they may not have an opportunity that was in front of them at one time. Maybe it's an academic opportunity, a career opportunity, what have you. What do you say to them to help them maintain their focus on the prize?
What I would say to them is don't get distracted by all the theater. Do your best to learn how the systems work. If you don't understand how government works, if you don't understand how economics work, learn how those systems work, right? Because it gives you options, right? It gives you choices. So when I left the bubble of Adventist employment, right, I started right here in a community called Terry Heights, where I was over a federally funded program. When I learned how that worked, when I learned how the government works, when I learned how to write grants and how to collaborate, boy, you couldn't stop me, right? Because I could do it at the local level, the state level, the federal level. I understood the system. And so my great work right now is to make sure our young people don't get distracted by all the theater, right? Let's get in the classroom or wherever we are and learn how it all works. Don't just use ChatGPT, you know, as a search engine on steroids. Understand how AI works, right? So that one day you are not subject to it, but you manipulate it. And that's my goal right now, as far as what I tell young people.
Wow. Well, listen, you have certainly been an asset. You're also an author.
Yeah, I'm an author.
Well, tell us. Give that in as well.
My current book is called Make the World Your Classroom. And in that book, I just talk about the methods I use to do programs with young people internationally, to do what I just talked about, learn how the system works, and then use it to change something in your community. As a teacher, I've just had the opportunity of doing programs like you let me do in Birmingham, in Atlanta, where we've been able to create programs where students can apply what they learn from the local to the global level. And that's what that book is about. It gives you all the keys.
Well, Dr. Mason West, it is indeed an honor and privilege to be able to sit here and talk with you. where it all began for us so many years ago.
Yes, sir.
As a sponsor of that amazing organization.
Yeah, thank you so
Willing,
much.
Succeeding in Black. Man, you guys, I tell you, man, world breakers, world achievers, world everything. And I'm just so glad to know that our journey has been what it's been over the years.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate what you do, continue to do, and will continue to look for opportunities to learn about
Yes,
what
sir.
you've got going on. So thank you for being with us
Thank
today.
you for everything you've done for me, Kenny. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you,
With
brother.
all my heart.
Appreciate
All right.
having you here. And of course, I mentioned that I've got Reverend Derek Green close by. He's not far from the mic, and we want to make sure that he makes his way to the microphone at this time. And yeah, somebody. I don't know. It's so hard to get Reverend Derek Green. Reverend Derek Green is my next guest. And I am so happy to see him. And it's not like I don't talk to him from time to time, but I don't get to talk to him in person very often. What's happening?
What's up, Kenny? Oh, man.
What's going on?
It is always amazing to be back at Oakwood, but to be with you because of the impact you have had on my life.
Mercy.
Years ago, when we were as college students here, you saw us, you heard us, you saw the potential in us, and you poured into us. You gave us your time. And that's why so many of us in Willing, Succeeding in Black are successful today.
Wow. Listen, I was just telling Mason, Dr. Mason West,
Yes,
who we
sir.
just talked to.
Yes, sir.
I was just telling him that the opportunity to align myself with such a powerful group of visionaries
Yes.
as students is one of the reasons why I believe the way I believe about students today.
Yes.
That experience 30 plus years ago has allowed me in my academic career to step into every academic experience, look across the landscape of the classroom and see potential in every single person in that room. It's because of what you guys brought to the table. It was your innovation, it was your creativity, it was your passion, it was your experience, it was your desire for something better, for excellence.
Yes.
And that's all y'all wanted.
Yes.
And you wanted to do it in ways that could be able to connect with people, to draw them into conversation, to have dialogue that was meaningful, substantive, and productive. And that's exactly what happened.
That's right. And it was nurtured here at Oakwood. When folks like you and Dr. Sylvia Barnes and Dr. Janice Johnson Brown and Dr. Emmanuel Saunders, you all poured into us. You nurtured that creativity. You told us it was okay to think outside the box. You told us it was okay to challenge theories. And we had debate in class, and when we were on trips, Kenny, and you would chaperone us, you had 20 rambunctious minds with you. How did you do that? But God impressed upon you your own mission to pour into young people. Dr. Mason West, who you just interviewed, he was a part of Willing, Succeeding in Black. I just participated in his Nation Builders Symposium on Friday. Phenomenal. Lala Danette Bryant, we call her Lala. She and her husband, Dr. Clemens Baptiste. Healthy Heart Initiative. They were in WSB. They started Healthy Heart Initiative. Dr. Columbus is a cardiologist, and Danette is an administrator extraordinaire. It came as husband and wife came together, founded Healthy Heart, and they were at the Von Braun taking blood pressure. I mean, WSB, not just words, a way of life. That was our theme. Remember, you told us write things down. You told us make sure we record it in history. And we did, and not just words, way of life. It has followed us throughout our careers. Even today, how you poured into me, I poured into so many behind me as well. And let's keep it going because we need it.
Well, listen, speaking of legacy, you have a daughter here right now. She, of course, performed herself off this past weekend. I mean, wow, you have such a gifted and talented daughter. Of course, you've had children that have come through Oakwood. I talked with Dr. West about just that legacy perspective of being an Oakwood alum.
Yes.
That this is an institution where you can build community, not just from one generation, but to the next and then to the next. And what a powerful and tremendous opportunity that you've now had to see children come through Oakwood and achieve at high levels of success. That has to make you a tremendously proud dad.
I am peacock proud.
I see the feathers.
Oh, the feathers are growing of my daughter, and she is an amazing young woman, a woman of virtue. She's come here. She studied hard. She's worked hard. She's contributed. She's been value added to Oakwood. But Oakwood has done it for her. Oakwood has exposed her. She's an Aeolian.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Kenny, she's a third generation Aeolian.
Wow.
My father was an Aeolian.
Wow.
My sister and myself. We're Aeolians.
Yeah.
And she's a third generation.
Yeah. Wow.
Trying to figure out what happened to my brother. Trying to figure out what happened to my brother. But that's a joke in our house that he was the only one that was not anybody. But Oakwood did it for her, and exposed her to so much. It nurtured her. This place nurtured her. This place saw her, and she is just on her way. I recommend Oakwood University. Oakwood University can compete with any school. I don't want to hear about how Harvard and Brown and whatever others, University of Chicago, Oakwood University. If those schools don't want you, come to Oakwood.
Yes.
Ask Eric Thomas.
Yes.
Ask Dr. Eric Thomas. Come to Oakwood University. You will get the best education anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And I'm a witness to that. When I left here, I competed at University of Maryland. They couldn't hang. I competed at Rutgers University. I was at the top.
Yeah.
Oakwood University, and they teach you wherever you go, Kenny, to be humble and excellent. Right? And that has been my sort of theme, my ethos. Humility and excellence. And wherever room I've been into, I have excelled. Because you know what? God is with me. I'm not saying he's not with anybody else. Okay, he's with other folk too, right? But I sure enough know he's with Derek Green, and he's going to be with my daughter as well, and all of my children.
Listen, we got to run. But I gotta reinforce what you just said, because I said it to somebody earlier. Oakwood education, top of my list.
Top.
Every success that I've had in life goes through Oakwood.
Yes.
And it gets even deeper than that for me, because I had a mother who wanted to go to Oakwood, who could not afford to go to Oakwood. And so many years later, she sends her son off 1,000 miles away from home to take the point on that experience and that process to allow me to develop in such a way that has allowed me to achieve over and over and over again. And not just because of what I learned in the classroom. I tell people all the time, look, get your head out of this sense that the only way people get an education is by sitting in the classroom and reading a book.
Say that again, Kenny.
You have to go outside. In fact, I was going to tell Mason in the last sentence, he said, you helped us think outside the box. You know what I say to students today? There is no box.
That's right. That's right.
There's no box.
That's right.
Whatever is whatever you create.
Yes.
Don't allow yourself to be contained by the things that people tell you contain you, and then allow yourself to be stunted in your growth.
That's right.
We literally sat in classrooms with people who invited us to their dinner table.
That's right.
And mentored us beyond the classroom.
Absolutely.
We were engaged in organizations like Willing Succeeding in Black, where you had mentorship, who traveled with you different places.
That's right. That's
and
right.
talked about the bigger concept of the world.
Yes.
We've been able to maintain and sustain those relationships over the years.
That's right.
As families have come together and careers have come together. That's what the Oakwood experience is like.
Absolutely.
And you can't find it any other place on this planet.
That's right. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. I agree with that 100%, Kenny, because what I experienced here, I take it everywhere. Everywhere. I came here to learn, and I departed to serve. And I've served, and I've taken the Oakwood theme. I've taken the training and the teaching of folks like you, Kenny, everywhere I've gone. I have advised senators. I've advised prime ministers. I've advised governors, mayors, county executives, nonprofit heads, and to make people's lives better. And I learned that. I was nurtured in the classrooms at Oakwood University. It was nurtured in our trips with you. It was nurtured here on these camps, on this Oakwood College campus. It was nurtured debating late night in Cunningham Hall when we should have been studying at 4 o'clock in the morning, talking about who is greater, King or X.
Absolutely.
And so the idea of it not being a box. I remember Governor Murphy saying to me, "There's something special about Oakwood." 3 alum work for him. Brandon Parrish, Janae Johnson, who is his director of the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, and I am his, and was, but still on the political side, his senior advisor. Oakwood. OU.
In the house.
In the house.
Listen, Reverend Derek Green,
God bless you.
You cannot go wrong by being in his space. You will gain energy, inspiration, and so much more. I love this brother, and I love what he's doing and what he represents to this world. And you have a space on this show anytime. He's one of our regular commentators on the What's Going On segment, and now I get to see him in person.
God bless you, Kenny.
God bless you, brother.
Much, man. Love you, man.
Love you too, man.
Yes, sir, brother.
That's Reverend Derek Green joining us this afternoon. We're going to keep these rolling, of course. I see some more people that I know, and it's always good to see them as well. But we're going to have these two join us at this time. I've got Dane Timpson, who's going to join me, and Eric Kelly, who is going to join me at this time. And we are going to sit down and have a little conversation about whatever they want to talk about after I talk about what I want to talk about. What's going on, my brothers?
I got to put my money away.
Oh, wow. You been talking a lot?
Yes.
That the frog that you just heard, Dane Froggy Timpson.
I'm like, what movie was he from?
I didn't anticipate that.
Thought it was Vito Corleone up in
I was feeling kind of bad for you for a second.
It was rough.
I sound like I'm 90.
Listen, guys, it is so good to see you. And look at these brothers on camera supporting a young student. I think that's the student I supported earlier. She had a book called Finding the Search for Peace or something like that.
Yep.
And I was like, I need that book right there because that's one of my favorite things in the whole wide world.
Looking for that peace, bro.
My brothers from another mother's.
Yes.
How are y'all?
Man, we blessed, baby.
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. It's Homecoming 2025.
It is.
We up here at the market at the WJLU house. And you guys are on the mic, so it can't get better than that right now.
Man, God is good, man. How come some people got hair, some people don't? How's that work?
Let's see. Well, Dane has a little hair up there.
Dane got a little hair, but I'm looking at brothers from my 76 era, and I'm realizing that the Lord was not as he blessed us with, well, it's still growing, but it's coming out of the ears now. So help us, Father, help us.
It has something to do with lifestyle.
Well, that's what some people say. I don't want to shame anybody that way. But to Eric's point, though, I do want to acknowledge one thing, Eric, that I probably spent. This is maybe it's TMI. I don't know.
Yeah.
That nose hair trimmer.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite friends, man.
Yeah. I got one from Briggs and Stratton. You got to jump start it in order to get it going. I keep it in the garage, but I got one. We good, baby. We good.
And the thing is, look, I remember a little peach fuzz when I was 17, 18. Why didn't this thing grow out? My dad had a nice little mustache, had a goatee one time. My dad was cool. I'm like, what's wrong? I'm your son, right? Why can't I? And then all of a sudden I get old and it grows faster in my nose than it grew on my face.
Oh yeah, man. That's what time it is. That is what time.
Look, these are my brothers for lots of different reasons, and I know I've got a short period of time to be with them, but I'll stretch it out as much as I can. First of all, I got to say that they have been the rock behind an initiative called the Zoom Family Worship Service for almost 5 years now. In fact, in just 2 weeks,
yes,
they will be celebrating their 5th anniversary this This experience is born out of adversity, I like to always say, because it started during the pandemic. Tell us a little bit about what Zoom Family Worship is and how it began.
You know, it started because of the pandemic. We were all locked away at home, had no way to worship in public. And so, you know, we got together, we had discussed and kicked around some ideas with the late Jerry Warren and my father-in-law, L.T. Marshall Kelly, and Eric's dad. And we set it up so that just a few family and friends could worship together. And it really was only 15 to 20 people at a given time. But what happened was more people were inviting other people to attend. And before you knew it, we were looking up and it's 50 participants, 75 participants. We eclipsed 100 and we're like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, you're getting bigger than some churches.
And we had some ministers who attested to that fact, that, you know, what you guys are carrying is larger than a lot of the average church. I think it was between 50 and 70 right now. So we've had our high of over 215 on our anniversary. So, and it's been consistently about 115.
Yep.
From week to week.
Yeah.
Right around 100.
Yeah, it's a beautiful space. And Eric, I know you usually pilot the ship on most weeks.
Yeah.
And you pilot in a way that I will call non-traditional with a taste of tradition.
Yes.
The reason I'm saying that is because anybody who comes will feel welcome. Anyone who comes will see a taste of what they may traditionally experience, but they will also see a taste of some other kinds of things that are not sacrilegious.
No.
But are a little bit unconventional in the sense of how people sometimes think about worship.
We will ask our ushers, if your feet hurt, do not serve today. If you ain't had a halls or a mint, don't go happy Sabbath at the door. And the other thing too, and this is Pops Kelly and Jerry Warren said this is not just for Seventh-day Adventists, that this was, if you love Jesus and you want to spend some time worshiping Jesus, come hang out with us. And it has evolved into a place where some people, this is all they do. But a lot of us will rush to a service and then rush home.
Yeah.
Because it's like family now. We know each other, and we've loved on each other through some tears, pain, crying. So we're family, man.
Yeah.
Is mayhem sacrilegious?
Mayhem.
I'm just asking for
Jesus cleaned the temple, baby. He picked up a whip and cleaned out foolishness. So.
What about eating pork rinds in the balcony?
We have seen our balcony is, if you don't turn your camera on, we know that you're in the balcony, and we have seen some bags, not from Worthington or Loma Linda or what was the other one, Battle Creek. We've seen some non-vegetarian snack bags up there, and our deacons are asking that you kind of clean up behind yourself in the balcony.
You know, it's funny. Zoom Family Worship has its own language lexicon.
Yeah.
You have the balcony, which is a virtual balcony, and that's where folks sit up there because they don't want the camera on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like a regular church. You have the virtual podium or the virtual pulpit.
Yep.
What else do we have that we refer to?
We always have special music, but that's the jam. We always have that.
Some announcements.
We have announcements, which are informative.
Yeah.
We tell you what's new at the virtual ABC store, and we've added, I don't know if I could give a plug, but we've added Smooth Move to our lineup right next to the gluten in the ABC store.
We also have the virtual album of the day.
Yes.
Oh.
That we plug in is a different, usually throwback album to when the majority of us were in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Whether it be Hawkins or Crouch or
usually in vinyl too.
Oh yeah.
Usually in vinyl or our other homegrown artists.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course we can't can't ignore the tent master.
The tent master.
It's part of the experience as well.
The tent master. He is the conference secretary. We're not a rich conference, though.
I humbly submit that's most people's favorite part of the program is when the tent master comes on.
Oh, man. God has blessed us. Now, we keep this same light going.
Yeah.
But, man, when it gets to the speaker and the Holy Spirit showing up,
yeah,
there's been so many Pentecostal moments in the reel where you're blown away. And Dane always talks about the diversity of speakers.
Yeah.
I would put this up against anything out there.
Yeah.
Men, women, some are SDAs, a bunch are not, medical professionals, and all with that faith-based message about how God's got to be premier in your deal.
That's right.
In order for your blessings to flow. So that part is so powerful. We don't play with that part. Nothing salvific. No, man, we let Jesus do what he do, man.
Education. Hey, what's happening? Education, personal testimonies, just so many ways that people connect with people's hearts.
Yes.
And it actually goes beyond that because people are often touched to touch people in tangible ways through direct messaging because of something that they heard or saw or experienced as a consequence of that. So you really have created a community of fellowshippers around this group of believers who promote the gospel of Jesus Christ through love.
Absolutely.
It's also an ecosystem that has been developed because now we have Zoom Family Worship on YouTube.
Yes. And where can people find that? And where can they find that? Zoom Family Worship?
Type in Zoom Family Worship on YouTube. When you see the 3 crosses, subscribe. And there's about, how many videos on there now, Dan? About 90?
90 videos and about 250 subscribers so far.
Yeah. And, yesterday, I think a lot of people had an opportunity to experience the Zoom Family Worship experience because there was not a live Zoom Family Worship yesterday because all us are hanging out here in Huntsville. At least a lot of us are. And so we will resume next week with regular worship services, but then in 2 weeks, we had a very special service. Tell us about that.
Oh, man, it is how many years, Dane? 5?
5 years, 5th year anniversary program.
5th year anniversary.
Wow.
And the speaker is none other than
the Right Reverend William Taliaferro from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Man, we have a flamethrower at time. And all these men of the cloth will come on from week to week and just be in the balcony or just add, I love my big brother Norman Miles and I call him for historical perspectives and it's like bam, bam, and they're on, Dr. Cleve is on. It's just so many heavy people, and not just them, the educators and the physicians and it's the counselors.
We have our own very honorary board of elders. And Pastor Richard Long.
Oh, man.
Pastor Wintley Phipps.
Oh, man.
Pastor Cleveland Hobby. Pastor William Taliaferro.
I have such an affinity for Pastor Long that when I saw him up at the Oakwood store on Friday, I walked up to him and I said, my favorite youth director of all time. And I hugged him. I said, even though I'm not and never have had you as a youth director, you're still my favorite of all time.
No, Kenny, you can't steal that. That's my line.
He's amazing, man.
Oh, no.
He's an amazing, kind gentleman, brother.
Oh, man.
And let me just add this. We also have added to the roster more consistently now a gentleman by the name of Kenneth Anderson.
Oh, absolutely. Behind the scenes.
As one of our, and he adds color, and then when he takes over, it's so professional. And I'm like, he's so articulate. How
behind the scenes we've added a lot of people.
He uses his consonants and his vocal inflections, and I just want to give him honor today for his contribution.
That's something we sorely needed, was an audio professional to make the two of us look like
thank you.
Nimrods.
I'm just honored to be part of the team. It is a great team. It's an awesome team. Eric, before you guys leave, I want to give you a quick shout out for Think It Over, the next generation. Doing an amazing job. In fact, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have to check out something because And this is with all respect to the great T. Marshall Kelly. That is there a little AI thing going on there? Because every time I hear your voice, man.
No, what I do, I drink this little lemon tea, and I try to hit a bass note. Now, the basses that upset me, and I hope y'all listening, the Alvin Cheers, the Wintley Fifth, I just saw Armand, and I know jealousy, I got to get rid of it before I go to heaven. So I drink a little lemon tea, and with this evening, we will welcome back, whatever. And then I take a throat lozenge, so my voice don't fall out.
That's just so wrong.
It is such a perfect, in terms of continuity, it's just such a perfect thing happening.
God's
but
blessing.
it's the next generation of the Think It Over broadcast that our
blessing.
dear elder T. Marshall Kelly did for so many years and so excellently. And you now and Renee Scruggs.
Renee grew up with
Taking
us. Renee's baby sister kid from Detroit, so we grew up together.
Yeah.
And she's the admin lifter of the show. I just come on and do the fake bass voice.
Now, see, I need to check Nadine's last will and testament to see if this was bequeathed officially to him. That's the question.
Right.
Well, did he just abscond with it?
You got to check the paperwork.
I got to check the paperwork to see if this is legitimate.
I checked the board operator. She said there was a delay button. Praise the Lord for that.
There was some legal
Especially-
loophole that he's exploiting to get on the air here in Huntsville.
We'll be praying for you also.
Great job. Appreciate what you all are doing to carry this legacy forward. Saturday afternoons, 5 p.m., WJLU.org. You don't want to miss it. Inspiring conversations with people, and I know there are going to be so many more as time goes on, so thank you.
Can we tell them how to get to Zoom Family Worship? What email they can use?
Zoom Family Worship, if you'd like to subscribe to our e-blast, we send out every Friday. It is gotentmaster@gmail.com. We'll add you to our mailing list. And so far, there's about 270 names on our email list that goes out every Friday with the program link. So
And
please join us.
Almost 300 subscribers on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. God is
So
good.
join
Every
us.
week we get requests to join either one way or the other.
Y'all become a part of this, folks. I'm serious, because a lot of people are in transition as far as their faith and spiritual journeys are. They're trying to figure out church, no church, who's real, who's not real, all that stuff.
Yep.
This is a place, this is a safe space for you to come and maybe figure out some of those things. Judgment-free zone, where you're going to have a powerful experience in the Lord. Come on by and check us out on Zoom Family Worship. Dane Timpson, Eric Kelly, leaders in the vanguard. I can keep going on and on.
That's a big word, Eric.
I got another.
He said he's used 7 words. I got to go look at it.
Can he divide that in half?
Chancellor, thank you, man.
Hey, always great to see my brothers.
We love the Chancellor.
Love y'all, man.
All right.
All right, see you soon. My next guest is on the way right now. She's going to be Donna Green Goodman, in fact. She was carrying around a bag earlier, and I'm hopeful that she'll bring the bag up here. Because if it is indeed that way, then we know that she's got maybe something delicious to chew on. And we're grateful that she's able to come and be a part of us on the conversation on today. Donna Green Goodman, come on up here. Oh, she dumped the bag, folks. I saw you early out there in the audience. I said, she's got a bag. I hope she's going to bring that bag over here, and I hope it's got goodies. Donna Green Goodman is with us today. Of course, if you're in Huntsville, you get a chance to benefit from all the delicious food that she and Eddie prepare from one week to the next, and make sure that Weeze is well fed here in the city of Huntsville.
That's my joy.
And so listen, your joy is our joy. We're satisfied by whatever's happening in that space, because it hits a home run every week. Donna, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing good. People keep coming up to me, a couple people whose names I will not say, Elaine Hamilton, come up and they're hitting my purse, and it's like, what you got inside your bag? And I'm like, can I just be an alumnus? There she is, waving. Can I just be an alumnus today? Because I did the cooking, we do the weekly meal that you're familiar with, and then I did something for Concerned Oakwoodites, and I'm like, that's it. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just walking around like everybody else this weekend.
Well, here's the deal. You had to step on Concerned Oakwoodites for a second, because Donna rolled up in a meeting on Friday with some of the most delicious barbecue subs that you're going to find on the planet, folks. This is a big planet, too. I was talking about that earlier. It's a lot of land around here and a lot of people cooking, moving, and shaking. But she rolled up in there with these barbecue subs that were to die for, with that delicious pasta salad that I say is second to none, with all kind of little goodies attached to it. And it looked so good that I told her, now, Donna, you know I can't go home and say I ate this. You know I can't show up at my house and say that I got to order a second round.
Right.
Because I'm going home.
Right, because we didn't want you to get in trouble. Not from my sissy, not from my sissy. Somebody just asked me, Donna, do you have a booth? I'm like, no, but I think I may be able to do something. So I brought a sandwich to him, Kevin Davis. He's like, is this the sloppy one that has all the sauce in it that you have to keep licking your, yeah. And that's the one that my parents started.
Yeah, listen, oh my goodness. The sub shop that your parents.
Chubbs.
Yeah, Chubb Subs was magical. It was special. It was always, even though it was in proximity to the campus, right here in Jordan. It's good for me because I was walking everywhere at that time. I didn't have a car. So I was hanging around the campus a lot. Get up there, get over there and get a Chubb Sub. But what a wonderful and beautiful experience that you just carry that legacy forward now. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I try to replicate some of the things that they did, and people ask, how'd you come up with it? And literally, my mom is the one who took me in the kitchen and taught me the basics, but Daddy was the creator. And he would stand down there at Chubb's and imagine something in his mind and just start shaking ingredients in it, never measured anything. And I remember some of those things. And then you know my story and how I have changed some of the things that I do. And so I wanted to move it into a place that was not only delicious, but was more healthy for you and that would help your body to fight disease. And so I've just played with some of the recipes, and God has been good.
Give us the high level, because you mentioned it, and I never want to presume people know, but your story is so powerful and so inspirational in terms of where God has brought you on this health journey. Just give us the high level summary.
High level summary: 1996, invasive aggressive metastatic breast cancer stage 3, given 2 to 5 years to live. And their recommendation was chemo, stem cell, chemo, radiation, tamoxifen, and all of that would not change the outcome. The women who did it didn't change it. Because of my training at Oakwood, my family history, what I learned at Loma Linda University, I was convicted that I needed to also address my lifestyle. And 30 years ago, it's almost 30 years now, lifestyle medicine was not a part of traditional care. And now 30 years later, you open up the magazine, you turn on the TV, you go on social media, and they're saying you need to walk if you want to reduce your risk for breast cancer. You need to get rid of stress and forgive people if you want to reduce your risk for breast cancer. You need to eat soy. And in Adventism, we know the history. As a matter of fact, when I was here at Oakwood, the soybean was the standard that we compared to meat. And the soy excelled anything that meat was able to give us. And so I chose to be anointed and to change my diet and lifestyle. I did radiation, but I refused everything else, and I promised God that I would do all of this as long as He gave me breath, and that's what I've been doing.
Wow, and here we are so many decades later, where you're not only benefiting from the blessing that God gave you, but you're now teaching, or you were doing that then too, but you're fully invested in this space of helping people have healthy lifestyles. So, Donnie, you just said something a moment ago. I want to stay there for 1 second, because a healthy lifestyle is more than just what I'm eating.
Correct. And we tend in our community to focus on, are you eating chicken or are you eating fried chicken? And that has its place. But listen, we're multidimensional human beings, and when God created us with His finger, He put on every muscle and sinew and tissue what we call laws. And when we disregard the laws, we get sick. And when we regard the laws, and the way I describe it is, if you're trying to get to Alumni Weekend from Nashville and you get on 65 North, you're going to miss the whole celebration. But if you take 65 South, you're going to get here.
Yes.
And so for us, it's a matter of deciding, am I still mad at my daddy for what he did? Do I need to stop sitting and start moving? Do I need to spend good time in meditation, and not necessarily that quiet meditation, because when you look up the word meditate in the Old Testament, it means to grunt and growl and moan and utter, and that to me sounds like somebody getting happy in the spirit. So am I doing that and relieving my stress? Am I drinking the water and not the drink? Am I getting the sleep? And those of us who are of a certain age, women finish in menopause, rest is important, and that's when the body literally replenishes everything that we didn't get. And then the other thing, we're out here today at our celebration in this sunshine. Everybody who's spending any time is going to sleep well tonight. Their glucose levels are better. Their heart is pumping better because of the interaction that God intended.
Yeah.
And we've had this information almost as a memory verse, but it is solid science. And if we can approach those things and eat well, God can do some amazing things with us.
You know, I mentioned at the first part of this conversation that I look forward to Thursdays.
Yes.
Because this is an opportunity to benefit from some of the best food in the area. And there are a lot of people who are diverting their lives towards plant-based diets and eating healthier, which is one aspect of healthy living. So Auntie Donna, who she's affectionately known as, makes that possible every single Thursday. Tell us about that process.
You can go to stillshoutin.com, like when you're in church, still shoutin, STILLSHOUTIN, and every Sunday by 10 o'clock, I have put up a menu for the week. If you choose what you want from the menu and place your order by midnight Monday, then on Thursday you can pick up your order. And we have been fortunate, Kenny. I know I love you. You're my brother, and you and Sonia come and y'all get all the stuff that you get. But there are literally patients who are sick. And people who have elder relatives who are here, and just being able to prepare that for them, because we're looking at health from our perspective. But there are people who are 70 and 80 years old who are getting these Meals on Wheels, and there's not really anything healthy in there for them. So we've had a couple of alum call me and set up so that every week their parents are able to get good food, and it's just life-changing. And for me, I enjoy it because my parents gave the legacy to me, but what I enjoy the most is seeing people feel better.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
What a beautiful testimony.
Yeah.
And I'm a witness. It'd be one thing if I just heard about what Donna's doing, but it is another thing to witness to what she's doing. And I'm going to tell you, folks, it creates conversations in my home. All kind of conversations, because when one morsel of food begins to get a little bit smaller than the other one, and it's like really, really good, sometimes
That's when the fight starts.
See, I was trying to use the right word. That's when the energy appears.
Yes, and changes in the room.
That's right.
Yeah.
You gonna eat the rest of that over there?
Yeah.
Is a question that's often asked in the process, and the little side-eyeing and stuff is going on as well. But delicious food, delicious opportunities to take advantage of what Auntie Donna does every week, and I hope that you'll choose to do that. Donna, as always, my sis,
Pleasure.
Great information. You are the absolute best when it comes to this. We're always looking for a slice of cake or something from you, because we know it's going to just set us off, knock us out, and take us someplace that we need to be.
I do my best. I took a cake to dinner yesterday, and they were slicing it up, and I'm like, okay, y'all have to stop because the breast is for the hostess, and y'all trying to leave here with the mostest, and that ain't how it was supposed to go. So yeah, I think the thing, when I was living in Atlanta and I did a food tasting at Morehouse School of Medicine, I was doing some good stuff, but the black people are like, listen, we need some banana pudding and the stuff that we eat.
You get real, yeah.
Yes, and so what I asked God to do was to show me how to do that kind of stuff so that people are able to eat healthier but eat well culturally.
Yeah.
And then who's not going to come to the table?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna be pushing people away from
Absolutely.
the table. So, Donna Green Goodman, always a pleasure to speak to you, my sister.
Thank you, Kenny. Love
Enjoy
you.
the rest of your day.
I shall.
All right.
All right.
You're kind of like who was the piper? You're kind of like the piper. People kind of follow you around, but they know Donna's on the scene. They just kind of follow you because you probably got some good food.
I'm like, that's for my niece and nephew. You can't have that.
Thank you so much, sis.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
All righty.
We're getting ready to talk to our next guest. And we're going to just keep the ball rolling right here, right now. with regards to our next guest. And we're going to just say thank you for being here this afternoon. We hope that you're having a great day. It's a beautiful day here in the Tennessee Valley, and it's a great opportunity for us to be able to spend this time with you as a part of the Homecoming 2025 experience. I'm just so excited to have my next guest. You know, this is really in some ways a little taste of what will happen on the show over the next few months, because some of my guests are going to have extended interviews, but because I knew they were going to be in town today, I thought I would at least introduce them to my audience and at least start the conversation. Janelle Davis Harris is with us today, and I'm so happy that she's here with us today because she is doing things in a big way. In fact, she's doing big things today in a big way under the Big Ten over there, and that is because she is a brand new author. Congratulations, Janelle, on becoming an author, and we're already saying that Oakwood alum do great things, so you're just being a manifestation of that today. Welcome to the Second Chance broadcast.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, listen, what has it been like for you over the last 48 hours to be in this area?
This is phenomenal. Who knew I would be a writer? Who knew?
Yeah.
You know, when you ask the Lord, what is my purpose? What am I supposed to be doing here? And then he says, right.
Yeah, wow.
And it was actually through my therapist. When you go through things, that's how the unexpected strangers just started coming about. My therapist, I said, people keep saying, hey, your life is like a soap opera. Won't you write a book? I'm like, what? She said, you really should. Even if you don't publish it.
Wow.
Just go ahead and write it out.
Yeah.
And I said, Lord, where do I start? He said, start from the beginning. Wow. And that's what I did.
Well, that's, I think, amazing, because there, just like you, just like me, we probably talk to people all the time who talk about writing, who have experiences that if they wrote, they share it, other people might be blessed by it.
Right.
I wonder what you hope people will be blessed by as a consequence of being exposed to this book, The Unexpected Stranger.
Well, I bring a little mystery with The Unexpected Stranger, because you want to go, who is the unexpected stranger? And when you look at the cover, it's fire.
Wow.
Because what? You don't know if it's male or female. The nationality, you don't know who it is, which means what? When you read this book, there's no names, there's no places, because what? I want you to fit yourself in that book. I've had people that have called me and said, you know what? I never talked to anybody about this.
Wow.
And I got so emotional when I read it.
Wow.
Some say, hey, I got emotional. I had to stop for a minute, but I love what you gave me at the end. Because I'm going to leave you inspired. You know, a lot of us want to say all the bad things and just leave us hanging.
Yeah.
But did you make it over or what?
Yeah.
You know?
Tell me the rest of the story.
Steps.
Yeah. Right.
And I have my T-shirt, you know, the unexpected, but on the back of it is Jesus, prayer, and therapy. You got to have it. Now, see, we have to remember of our generations before us. They didn't talk.
No.
If there was mental illness or anything going on, we just put you in a room and close the door.
That's right.
You in a nursing home, but not this generation.
Yeah, that's
This
right.
generation has to talk.
That's right.
We have to let you know that there are resources to help you.
Yeah.
You know? And so in my second marriage, I am dealing with a veteran, a Vietnam veteran.
Yeah.
And I have a special heart for them because they were not told, go to the VA and get help. Hey, you can get a VA disability check. Did you know that? That comes to you every month. Learned the hard way. Suffered for years. I have in my book Denial, because what? We're just living not knowing something is off. So in my second book, I'm going to go into more deeper. Know the symptoms. Know what PTSD is, ADHD is. Know some of these mental illnesses. So just talking in conversation, I don't have to point it out to you, but I can know by the symptoms. they got PTSD.
Yeah, that's right.
Have you ever thought about a support system for that?
Mm.
So I joined an organization that helps with spiritual and emotional wellness. That way, you can come in a non-judgmental environment and just talk.
Yeah.
Some people don't have anybody to talk to.
That's right. That's right. And they feel isolated. They feel alone.
Yes.
That makes it more difficult. I am just so privileged to have this moment with you because I love the transparency of this journey. This is so important and so essential.
Yes.
Next month is Mental Health Awareness Month. And there's going to be a lot of emphasis and a lot of people talking about, you know, the family secrets and taking those things out the closet, and that it's okay to have therapy. You said Jesus prayer therapy.
It's on the back of my T-shirt.
There it is. I see it. You know, and yet there are a lot of people of faith who still deny the need for therapy.
Yes.
Just talk a little bit about that, because I hope you'll say something to empower them or maybe inspire them to think broader than how they're thinking. Some people are, I'm just taking to Jesus and pray. And I'm a mental health professional, but I say, you know, Jesus said, get up off your knees and make a call. So, yeah, pray.
Prayer is an action word. Prayer is not when you say, I'm going to pray about it and leave it there. So I always like to use this example of, I want a job. Are you expecting God to knock on your door and say, here's your job? No. He wants you to plant the seeds. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to put those resumes out. I'm going to put those seeds out there. And that's where God is going to bless. That means we have to do some work.
That's right.
So if someone is saying you have mental illness or something is wrong, we all have to get ourselves checked. And another thing I'll say too, if you're dealing with someone with mental illness, sooner or later, you're going to get mental illness because now you're in their dysfunction. And mental illness is a dysfunction. And if it's running in your family, see, someone that comes in and observe is going to see it much quicker than someone who's been living in it for years.
That's right.
And that's the thing. We have to be able to not be so secretive and be able to share. My book is going to be transparent. You may like it, you may not like it, but you're sure going to be blessed by it because it's going to be real people going through something. You know, back in the day, the generations, they didn't say nothing. You go to prayer meeting and it's just so, you know, God woke me up this morning. You know, it's so general. What can I learn from that? Yes, we all know that. But, you know, hey, did you really go through something this week? I want to know it. I love First Church testimonies on prayer meeting at First Church because they are real. And I'm encouraged every week. So I want to tune in every week because we are real people going through real problems.
That's right.
Mental illness is serious and it can really get out of control. If you need medication, prayer is good. But medication, look at here. You come into church all crazy. All you had to do was take your medication. But you didn't take it.
Medication's going to fix a few things that need to be fixed.
Absolutely. And of course, we're talking about diet. You know, all these things contribute to you having a good life. Even being able to lose the weight that you need to lose. It all helps keep down health issues.
Absolutely. As you talk to people, well, first let me back up and ask you one more question first. You're writing this book. You know, you're being obedient to what God has told you to do. And I love the idea about your therapist saying, look, even if it becomes nothing more than a journal,
that's right.
Let it be what it can be.
And
let God do the rest. But as you're writing this book, most authors write with a voice. And they want that voice to be directed at a particular population of people. Have you thought about who you really want to impact with this book? Or is it just kind of a wide open thing? Whosoever will, whosoever can benefit from it? Or is it a more specific population or group that you're focusing on?
It's more specific because as people are getting my books or listening to the several podcasts I've been guest on, it's saying, look, you need to do something more with veterans and mental illness.
Gotcha.
It's a self-help book.
Gotcha.
I just had a guy that brought 30 books from me because he said, hey, I want to take this to a school.
Wow.
You know, and I want to put that out there. And I'm thinking that young people also need it.
Yeah.
You know, but there's different places that I am putting it out there that people will be understand what it is. So self-help, mental illness, I'm really becoming an advocate for that because I've had people that have called me and said, look, my husband was a vet. He was an alcoholic. If I had known in your book what I knew now, I would have had the proper resources. Because I tell my journey, how I went through that, and I believe I was used by God. We wonder why why He has us marry certain people, because I had a purpose. Did I yell and scream? I did. I'm looking for something else. But God said, this is where I want you. And so I've been able to be an advocate for that. And just think, if I didn't go through this journey, I wouldn't have been a writer.
Wow, wow. I gotta ask you this because this is, everything you're saying is so rich, because the stuff you're talking about is real stuff.
Yes.
And you're not alone, you know, and that's typically what people find out when they start talking about these things, that even when there was a time I might have thought I was alone or a little bit reluctant to talk about it, there are literally hundreds, thousands of other people dealing with these kinds of things. I want to ask you this question in the last few minutes that I have. What is the role of the church in communicating a message of hope as it relates to mental illness in the church as well as in the communities that they serve? What's the message?
Okay, now this is the thing. Do we really want to hear the message? That's the thing. So when someone commits suicide or something like that, then we're going to do a mental health session.
Reactive.
We're going to be reactive, but we're not going to properly respond to it because we need to have things in our churches, in our communities. And I mean, right now, I'm with one that is not an Adventist community, that has a spirituality and emotional center that is doing what I'm good at. And so I'm going there, and I will have people go over there, right, in order for them to get the treatment that they need. And with us being on that support system, all you're doing is listening and giving the resources. That's what we're doing, you know.
Yeah. Listen, it is an amazing thing, I think, to be able to find your voice at a moment of transition, an opportunity, and then place that thing in God's hand and say, God, you take this thing and use this thing now. Tell people, and we're going to have, I said, expand. I think you're on the schedule for May.
Right.
Perfect timing is mental health. We're going to really expand this conversation even more. And I would have read the book by then. So,
yes.
That I just I put it up, but I'd hold it up to the camera if I had it with me. But the book is called The Unexpected Stranger. You want to check it out. Where would people find it?
People can find it at arthurladyj.com. And I have a little thing for you. Say you're inquisitive, you kind of like want to know what the book is about. I give you the first chapter free to read. The first chapter free to read. Just go ahead, give me your name, your email address, and then after that, I give you all the places where to get it. arthurladyj, and that's JAY.com.
Wow, what a deal. I mean,
yes.
You can taste the fruit before you actually have the whole bushel. And that's a good thing. So,
yes.
You know, thank you so much for being with us today. I
so
really
welcome.
love your authenticity, your transparency.
Thank you.
It's rich, it's meaningful, and it has touched somebody's life today. I'm going to get an email, I'm going to get a text.
Yes.
Who was that was talking? And I know when you come back, you're going to have a great opportunity to share more.
Absolutely.
So thank you for joining
so
me
much.
today.
Good to see you.
All right, good to see you as well.
Bye-bye.
All right. I tell you, folks, it just gets better and better and better. Oh, that feels, this is a good one right here. I'm enjoying this opportunity. Wow. This one's good, but this is even better. We're going to keep it going at this time. Thank you, Janelle. I appreciate you. We're going to keep it going at this time. With Brother Adrian Hargrove, who's sitting down with me right now. You're on camera, so don't worry about that. It's all good. You're in the right seat, but grab the headphones. Got to have the headphones. Pull your chair up so you get closer to the mic.
Okay.
You get comfortable, man. You know me. Come on up here. Chair up. Get a little closer. Want to make sure you don't have to lean it. You don't have to do like this. You can just sit close to it, and then you just do like this, and then you're in good shape. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's homecoming 2025. Look at all these people walking around, all the excitement, all the enthusiasm. What a beautiful day it is today that we've been given. In fact, the whole weekend has been beautiful, and I get a chance to chat with you as a part of the special homecoming weekend show. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
So I'm doing this in a little bit different kind of a way. I'm not going to do a fancy introduction and everything, but I'm going to kind of talk about what I know about you, and then you'll fill in the blanks and that kind of stuff. Adrian, of course, is the COO of the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Huntsville of North Alabama. I said that wrong.
Yes.
The Boys and Girls Club of North Alabama. I knew there was some transition, and like I said, I don't have my notes in front of me, but I'm going from my head. And he is immersed in that area for a number of reasons. One of the main reasons is because he loves kids and he loves community. And anytime he has an opportunity to invest in that space, he takes full advantage of that opportunity. And we're so grateful that he's giving us a little time today to talk about his work there, but we're going to also talk a little bit about the work that he's doing right here on the grounds. Just to the, identified that area earlier as the north of me. That's the south of me, actually. I'm getting my directions. That's to the south of us right there, but a little something that you're doing over that way as well. But just talk to me generally. I know you have such a strong passion for young people. This whole weekend is about affirming the legacy of education and people who look for opportunities to improve their lives and things of that nature. What is it about young people and communities that drives you as hard as it drives you and causes you to focus on the space that you're in?
It's man, I feel like that's just how God made me. So my position did change at the Boys and Girls Club. So I transitioned from the operations side to area regional director.
Oh man, congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you. And
I didn't know that.
What that's allowed me to do is to be a little bit more hands-on in the clubs versus just primarily on the corporate side and the operations side. So that's been a lot of fun for me. Just being able to get more hands-on, getting, as they say, boots on the ground.
Yeah.
And so I've been able to make that transition. I mean, and it's just a love.
Yeah.
You know, it's the love for it, a passion. It's what I was made to do. You know, when they say when you love what you do, you never feel like you're working.
What does the mission of Boys and Girls Club mean to communities? Because it's easy for some people to look past the organization and say, oh yeah, that's that group that does stuff for kids and stuff like that. But you're on the inside and you see the impact that the work has had on people's lives and communities. What does that mission mean to communities?
I think it's a lot deeper than people think. Even prior to my starting to work there, I didn't realize all the programs, all the initiatives, all the things that really go into the Boys and Girls Club organization. And you know, the mission is to inspire and enable all young people to realize their full potential, and it's and becoming responsible, productive, and caring citizens. And it's more than just a place for kids to come and play. We have STEM programs, we have literature programs, we have tutoring. We just had our Youth of the Year, where a young lady, she's been in the club since, I want to say, the 4th grade. She's gone to DC and she's studying, she's going to study, I'm going to mess up her thing, epigenetics.
That sounds, damn, you nailed it.
But I mean, it's just so amazing what our young people are able to see. And our CEO, Patrick Wynn, he always talks about dreaming big, you know, removing the box. You know, when people say, think outside the box, he's like, there is no box.
We just talked about that earlier, man. It was like you were peeping out conversation.
Yeah, he's like, there is no box. And so we just always want our kids to understand there's nothing that you can't do.
Yeah.
And part of our we believe in God and the right to worship, according to your own faith and religion. And so we embrace that.
Yeah.
We have volunteers that come in and do Bible study.
Yeah.
We encourage, we pray, before every meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's a part of the fabric of the organization, is we're not doing anything without God. And, again, quoting my CEO, Patrick Quinn, we're doing God's work.
Yeah.
The work we do for the youth in our community is God's work.
At the core of everything that you're describing, we're basically talking about quality of life and how people experience life in community. So when we think about, as a family, your kids need to be educated and have access to schools, and they need access to health care, and they need access to after-school support programs of that nature. And you got Boys and Girls Clubs, not just here in this community, but you got them all over the nation. And you got them actually making impacts on people's lives so that you now have the opportunity to create a generation of young people who will become the future in terms of that success. And so often when I think about the Boys and Girls Club, I think about seed planting.
Absolutely.
And
We have a program called Planting Seeds.
Okay, well, tell me about it.
It's all about mentoring and about opportunity and exposure. We look at exposure and then educating.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want the kids to be exposed to every possible career path that there can be.
Yeah.
And so what we'll do is we'll have people from companies, entrepreneurs, you name it. They'll come in and speak to the kids and be able to do Q&A about, what it took to get to where they are, what their industry is about. And sometimes, kids will be like, I never thought that I could do that. I never thought this little skill I had would be something that could take me off into a career. And so we just try to plant those seeds.
Yeah,
I want them to understand that, again, there's no dream too big.
That's really what this is all about at the end of the day. It's about what are we doing in this moment to ensure that young people have access to success, whatever that might mean to whoever might be out there. You engage board members, people from the community who come in, put their eyes on the process, and then choose to invest in that process as well. What does it mean to the board members who are selected, I think very strategically,
Absolutely,
to be a part of that process, to actually align themselves with this mission and come alongside it?
I think it's a tremendous honor. We have an amazing board. We just recently, we have a board meeting every month, and part of our program is one of our youth will come in and speak to the board prior to the board meeting, and so they'll give a speech. They'll talk about what they're doing in school, what their future goals are, and the board is able to ask questions. And the board also comes and does tours of the different clubs, and so we're really blessed to have a board that's engaged and that's really invested. They're just not figureheads. They actually care. When we did our safety evaluations and safety walkthroughs, members of the board came out and walked through to see the facilities, and so I think it makes it more intimate. Again, for them, so when they are advocating for us, it's not just something to do, it's something that they're truly a part of and truly believe in.
Yeah, listen, your ministry at the Boys and Girls Club extends well beyond your professional commitment, the thing that you get up every morning perhaps and think about, I got to do this every day because this is where I'm employed. But you're also leading a men's ministry initiative at the Oakwood University Church.
Yes.
And you are a visionary who has stepped into this role with an opportunity to work without a box.
Right.
And say, kind of like, okay, I see what's happening and how things are moving. It's not that anything's moving in the wrong way, but how can we operate in innovative and creative ways, which makes a big difference in that process. Talk to me a little bit about your role as the leader and what kinds of things you want to bring to that arena.
Wow. Well, again, I was blessed with the opportunity, Pastor Snell and the pastoral staff and the church to select me and give me this opportunity. And again, he's removed all barriers. He's just like, hey man, we want to be there for our men. We want to be there, not just for the men in the church, but also for the men in the community. And that was something that drew me in. And so my goal is really to just, I want to say bridge the gap. You know, I feel like sometimes, whether it's our church or any church, sometimes there can be some misconceptions, whether warranted or not, of just what church is like. And the idea is to bridge that gap between the men in the church and the men in the community, to just say, hey man, we're all in this together. You know, we're all men, we all want to get better for our families, our children, and just make our community better as a whole. And so just trying to bring guys together. And so I'm still learning the ropes. Again, I have a great support staff here at the church, and we just want to keep it rolling.
Let's talk for a moment. I'm just always enamored by men's ministries, and for right or for wrong, I oftentimes assess them in the context of what I often see with women's ministries. Not that they still should be the same kinds of programs, but sometimes I see a lot of investment and a lot of energy in women's ministry programs, a willingness to stand up, to lead, to move, to drive the train in that process. And with guys, it's always a little different. And I just wonder how you see it. And if you see it in a similar kind of way, what are the challenges that you're going to face or that you see facing? And then what are you going to do to address that? And then just briefly, you know, if we, for instance, we have Super Bowl parties as guys, right? We all come together, we eat pizza, drink soft drinks, we go home. You know, we enjoy the game, we go home. But we really don't spend time in intimate space. Even though that might be a foundation, you know, the next sporting event isn't necessarily going to bring that, because that event may be even more competitive. Maybe it's on a basketball court and we're teamed up 3-on-3. And was, you know, the testosterone is driving the experience, and I don't like a call, or, you know, and walk away and I'm all stressed out and stuff, you know, and I ain't coming back to this. So I'm just saying, you know, men's ministries are necessary. They are essential. I don't see how we can build a faith community without that. And one of the reasons I'm so excited in seeing you in this space, because I think you do step in with a perspective that doesn't include looking at the box and just sort of respecting the status quo. You're not going to disrespect it, because it is what it was, but it ain't got to be going forward. So I just wonder what your thoughts are generally. What challenges do you think you may face as the men's ministry director with some of those traditional things that happen? And then what do you plan to do about it?
No challenges, just opportunities. I'm looking at it again as a blank slate, and I think the idea is to just start doing something and being consistent. You know, I've talked to a lot of men at the church, and as well as men in the community, and the whole idea is just being consistent. And so I've had a vision board get together in January. I want to do another one coming up in the next week or two to kind of follow up on what goals did we set in January and how are we doing that, but just doing things consistently. And that's kind of been the thing that I've gleaned from the women's ministry. The women just get it done. Like, they're on it. It's
consistent.
They don't care if one woman show up or if, you know, 100 women show up. They do it consistently. And I think we as men, that's what we got to get on. You know, just being consistent. If you build it, they'll come. You know, and so that's my goal as the men's ministry leader, is to just start having things. You know, I'm taking one of your ideas with the brothers breaking bread and just starting to do something. Hey guys, let's just meet up here and have some dinner. You know, we'll have whatever conversation, whatever topics come up, but just fellowship. And I also want to connect with some of the other men's ministry leaders in our community, some of the other churches. So I've been reaching out a little bit, and again, to just say, hey, what are you guys doing? If you guys already have something going on, well, we're just gonna come over there and support you. And then when we do our thing, you guys come over here. And we just, again, bring the whole community together.
I love it. And the notion around bringing men together without I'll call it an intellectual agenda. you got to use brain power to think about something, to solve the problems of the world. We're dealing with a lot of that already.
We do that all day.
And we don't want to come to another space where we got to do that. We just kind of want to let our hair down and just not have that pressure. So that's the premise behind my initiative. And I always tell people, no judgment, no agenda. I don't care who you are, you can come. I'm hoping to break the color line soon. I'll say that because I said men. I didn't say just black men, even though that's the only ones that have come. But I think that speaks to part of the challenge in our society today. I know enough people who are not black who I consider to be friends.
Right.
But this is another challenge that I think men have, that when something does happen, we tend to support it if we feel comfortable. But if we don't, we won't. Even if it can help us and we know it can help us. And so you've got an initiative, it's a momentum conference that you're planning to do. I love the concept of bringing men together around, again, some of the challenges that we face and the opportunities that we need in order to grow and strengthen ourselves. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Okay, well, my momentum conference, it stemmed from my Monday momentum, just doing that, and again, just trying to be consistent. We're just putting out something encouraging each week, and that has just kind of started to snowball into something that I was put on my heart to say, you know what, I want to bring men together and do a conference and just address the areas of mental health, physical health, financial, emotional, and spiritual. And the idea is just to give us a shot in the arm, to give us some momentum in all of those areas of our lives. And I'm right there with you as far as breaking that color line. I mean, there are things that we can relate to as brothers that, of course, only we can relate to. But I've also, too, come into contact with those who are not, black, who have had similar experiences and are going through similar things currently, and so it's just like, wow, I have more in common with you than I might have expected. And so you don't want to shun anybody away, but of course embracing my own.
You never know. One of the things that I'm a big advocate for, you never know who you're going to come across, and you never know how much information, how many opportunities are out there that you'll never know about because you never engage the person. So I think that one of the limitations that many groups have is that we don't always invite other voices into the conversation. So when we sit down, for instance, let's say you had at your Momentum conference a financial management section. Well, you can approach it one of a couple ways. You can go out and find the best African American financial management person that you know, or you can invite specialists in other areas who may not be African Americans.
Absolutely.
Because you want the collective impact of that experience to be transformational in the lives of the people that you're working with in terms of communicating the information.
Absolutely.
So I am a huge proponent of saying, I don't look at somebody, now I am big for supporting people in terms of contractors. I want whoever's doing my lawn, whoever's doing my medical stuff, I think about that from other perspectives. But when it comes to just general broad information and knowing and working with people who know, I think there's so many opportunities, especially in our faith communities, to be able to come together. You know how many men's ministries there are in this community?
A lot.
A ton of them. And you know what they're all saying? We need to get more men involved.
Right.
They're all saying that.
Right.
I'm like, okay, so what are your men doing? Well, we're having monthly dinners, and what are y'all doing? We're having monthly forums, and what are your men doing? Well, we're coming to pray together. And all three of those groups are doing the same thing all the other groups are doing. Right. So thinking across, I love what you said earlier, and I pray that will be a part of your experience, that you'll reach across those chasms, because those are opportunities. And not always, hey, come to Oakwood University Church.
Right.
What about go to their church or their fellowship place or their space and be able to build relationship?
Absolutely.
It's how people come together. Absolutely. So best wishes to you as you move forward in this process. I know that it's going to be exciting. I know that it's going to produce a lot of benefit. Tell people how they will learn more about what you're doing. How can they connect with you and find out about your ministry?
Well, of course, on Facebook and Instagram, but also the Oakwood University church app. There's a QR code on the website where you can join our ministries. Okay, where you can join our ministries. So go to Oakwood University. I don't know the website, but go to the church website and you can join the men's ministry on the QR code on there and be kept up to breast with everything that's going on.
That's awesome. And I think that as people have an opportunity to be able to learn more about what's going on, it just gives them an opportunity to learn more about how they can get plugged in and get involved. This will not be our last conversation, and I appreciate you being here today with us.
I appreciate you having me.
All right. He's Adrian Hargrove. He, of course, is doing a bunch of stuff in this community. Congratulations on that big promotion that he got, but also the idea that we have to be able to talk more about these very special things that are going on. My next guests are coming up right now. I'm so glad to see them here. He is Dr. Wayne Moore. He is Dr. Eric Moore. What's up, E? So good to see you. Put those headphones on, fellas. We're going to have a great conversation here over these next few minutes. First of all, welcome back to your home turf, Oakwood University, college/university. I want to give deference to college first because that's how we knew it first.
All right.
And then Oakwood University, which is what it has developed into. What's up, my brothers?
Oh, man, it's great to be here. It's been an exciting time seeing our new president. It was really awesome. And it was great seeing a lot of the individuals. We took pictures at the doctor's kind of celebration in front of the McKee building, and it was just awesome.
Wow.
And I really we went for a tour through the regional office building, and we were so impressed. It was the first time there.
Beautiful facility. Just amazing that they have that right now as part of the legacy of this great institution that features the legacy of this work in so many ways. You know, there's a lot I need to talk to y'all about. In fact, I'm kind of wishing we could have been talking in another part of the world today, because this is my world traveler right here. You know, I got to talk to you about that. I just got back from somewhere, I believe. I mean, you're just always getting back from somewhere, but it's all good. But Wayne, I got to tell you, man, I was sitting behind you on Friday at the meeting over at the library.
Yeah.
And I could not help thinking about your dad, man. I thought, my goodness.
Yes.
I thought about Elder Moore, and I thought about his legacy.
Absolutely.
And I thought about, I mean, you know, it's funny how you get a thought in your mind, right?
Yeah.
I will see all of you guys periodically post about your legacies, your children and nieces and nephews, and how they're succeeding and going on. I don't know how big the success tree is right now, but it's substantial because, I mean, we're white coating and just all kinds of stuff that's happened. We're graduating. We're doing all kind of great things to the point that our good friend Dr. Ivan Williams made yesterday. Oakwoodites are making a mark on the world, and it begins with the legacy of people like your parents. And so I just want to give deference to them first and say how grateful I am for the lives that they led and the examples that they led and the legacy that they have left and the legacy that you all have carried on and have passed on as well.
And just a brief point about my dad's legacy. As you know, you might have heard the Mississippi story, in which he had a medical van that provided Adventist health coverage at the Poor People's March in '68.
Yes.
We are now restoring that medical van through the C.E. Dudley Foundation. And if anyone wants to contribute to the C.E. Dudley Foundation, and earmark the restoration of the Mississippi van story. And that's something that we're going to put the van together back again.
Who would they contact in order to get information?
Go to the C.E. Dudley Foundation website, and Michael Hubbard is the executive director of that, and he would be the one to contact.
Wow, that is absolutely awesome. But I didn't want to start talking to y'all until I gave a shout out to those great pioneers and all the great things that they did to inspire us as well.
So, you know, Kenny, whenever we come back home to Oakwood. And guys, please excuse my voice. I think I lost it somewhere between Ethiopia and Rome or something.
Right.
But I'm going to try to push through. But when we come back to this campus, we're reminded of Dad's work in South Central, right? And camp meeting was here. And so when we walk these grounds, it reminds us of the work that diligent work, both at Dad and Mom, for South Central and ultimately for community service. And if anything, the Moores, our daughters, excuse me, carry on, we want it to be community service.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
wow. That's such a huge thing. We talk about enter to learn, depart to serve. It's something that so many students understand as a present mission as well as a future mission. So we have students serving, whether it's through the student government organization, Senate, and lots of other ways in terms of making things happen on campus, singing in one of the choirs that are happening here. I mean, all kind of ways that just simply magnify the greatness of this institution. I got to tell you guys, I am so proud that Oakwood College/University is part of my legacy. And every success that I've had in life goes through this institution. That is bar none. Absolutely. Because, you know, we talk about 6 degrees of separation. I start connecting my relationships to people, and I start connecting my experiences and my opportunities and my successes, and everything comes through Oakwood. Every single thing.
And I'll tell you one thing, Eric is celebrating his 40th year as
Class of 85?
Yes, and I talked to them right after his graduation. I got married at Oakwood College Church to my wife, who I met at Oakwood. And so those memories really, really endear us. And I also met the parents of 2 students that I helped through Meharry Medical College and get into emergency medicine and to Meharry Medical College. So seeing that legacy occur and the seeds that we sowed and helped to fertilize just gives us immense joy and pleasure.
Yeah. Eric, it'd be one thing if you were using your gifts to the glory of God in medicine, but it's much more than that. Well, there's so much I need to talk to you guys about. We got to do this again. I got a StreamYard link I'll send. We'll just get something going on the waves at some point. There's so much, because I just thought about hospice too. But I am living vicariously through you at this time for a couple of reasons. First of all, your gifts have just expanded to the world. I mean, you are just moving about the world with groups of people who are having an impact on the quality of people's lives, and that is righteous work. There's no question about that. But your photography game is just at another level. And that's whether you're shooting stuff at the Cape or whether you're shooting animals on some safari or some part of the world. I mean, I am just always looking for your page to be great. And you are not disappointing, man. Tell me a little something about this life that you're living right now.
Wow. Well, you know, at some point, to be effective, man, you got to put God in control as the driver of your life. And if you ask him to lead you to where he needs for you to be a minister, you know, you got to be open to whatever he does. And photography certainly was not something that I imagined. When I was at Oakwood, I think I had one of those little Vivitar cameras and snapping pictures here and there. But certainly, I took my son to Tanzania a couple of years ago. And about a week before we left, I realized I couldn't take my cell phone on safari in Tanzania. So I went out and bought a quick little Canon T7 kit. didn't have time to learn how to use it until I got to Africa in the safari Jeep. So, but you know what, man, I got some great pictures. and that started everything. But now it's taken on, how can I capture life, right? And you know, pray every day that God uses it in some form or fashion to give people peace, because being out in nature and wildlife, that's therapeutic for me. That's what I do. Me and Wayne had the chance of going to Costa Rica back in November, and we were just enjoying nature. I firmly believe, I haven't started my research on it, but I firmly believe that God has wired us in a way that when we visually see acts of nature, that it reduces our blood pressure, reduces stress, and I want to prove that clinically some kind of way. But I certainly believe that, and people say that it does. I am enjoying now finding that the organization that I work for, Advent Health, has a global missions program, and so these missions take folks all across the world. I went to Paraguay. That was my first mission trip ever as a physician last October, and what a blessing that was, just to experience Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and then to help those people medically. And then I said, I got hooked. So next thing I know, I'm signing up for Ethiopia. And so we just got back last week from Ethiopia. We saw over 800 men, women, and children. We only had 2 doctors and a nurse practitioner, but we made it through. And it's a blessing to us first to see the smiles, to see the people appreciative of just getting some aspirin or some Tylenol because they don't have it. And a lot of times you think when you go on a global mission that you're doing all this tropical medicine, Chagas disease and yellow fever and all that. No, these people are lifting heavy things all the time. The women come in with a lot of back pain. And so we're teaching how to lift and just simple things. And folks are so appreciative of it, but at the same time, it blesses our souls that we think back to Oakwood and how they trained us to be doctors, and we're serving, as Dr. Rock told us, to go on and go on.
Go on. As many of us have had the privilege of doing, I got to ask you all, because I know you all are deeply invested in Oakwood and its success. And Oakwood, as any other institution, has had challenges over the years, will probably continue to face challenges, especially in the current climate of the federal government and some of the decisions that are being made that are very regressive and potentially will threaten funding and other kind of programming and other kinds of things of that nature. What do you all want for Oakwood? What do you hope to see Oakwood be in the next 5 to 10 years? I'm going to give each of you a chance to respond to that.
Well, definitely to be as self-sufficient as possible. I think being self-sufficient means that all the alumni need to network, and especially those of us who are in business. I own a urgent care business. There are several other people that own businesses. Let's start networking together and developing funding sources from our different entities that will help to sustain our institution. So that is what I want to see. More networking, more business promotion, and that kind of thing from my perspective.
Outstanding. Yeah. Eric?
So, as I, read and see things about higher learning and institutions that are very stable, as Wayne said, first thing you've got to do is become stable financially. And so what I'd love to see is our endowment grow like crazy. so that we can fund things as it's needed to be. I second what Wayne said in terms of Oakwood working with their alumni. That is something that we've been missing.
Absolutely.
Kenny, you know, we have Oakwood alumni not only go out and hold positions, directors, CEOs, and that kind of thing, but they do it above and beyond. And so we have so many people in so many high positions that can afford Oakwood some serious help.
Yes.
And I just don't think we take enough advantage of that.
Yeah, we can pull strings in areas that are not even thought of.
Yeah.
So platforms to initiate that and educate us on what we can do, where we can pull for help Oakwood. So that is absolutely. My wife works for the American Baptist College, and she was at Meharry Medical College doing Title III and 9 funds, and so there is an assault on our education.
Yeah.
And we can no longer depend on what used to help us in the past. We have to look at new ways to sustain us, and endowment building is definitely where we need to go, as well as operational funds and sustenance of new programs and innovations in technology. We have these youth that can do all sorts of things that we can never even think of.
That's right. That's right. That's right. They're out there. I think that they're ready. I think that they're available, and we've got to find ways to leverage those opportunities in a consistent manner.
Absolutely.
That allows our university to be sustained. I love Oakwood.
Oh yes.
I mean, I'm blue and gold through and through.
That's right.
You know, don't talk about my institution. You know, show me another way that I can, be supportive of the institution. I'm 110% in on this journey. And like you said, one of the keys for me is to engage and re-engage the alumni. I don't know what methods have been done to even determine who's out there, what they're doing, and what their capabilities are, but that relationship building part of that has to happen.
Absolutely.
In order to create the culture of opportunity for growth.
And I challenge Dr. Gina Spivey Brown to engage the alumni. Use us.
Yes.
We're here for you.
Yeah.
And we're happy that you're here.
Yeah.
But we want you to reach out and grab us and have a multiple engagements in which we can on a platform so that we can do that.
Yeah.
So two other things, Kenny, on my part. First, academically, I would love to see Oakwood continue to grow their graduate programs. What I'm realizing, man, I've met some people of our sister persuasion that attended Oakwood as older students and that type of thing. I think our graduate programs can really pull in a lot of funds, can pull in a lot of just people and more alumni. The more alumni
remote learning too.
Yes, that remote learning is huge. The last thing, my daughter is graduating in a few weeks from Oakwood University. So proud of our family legacy. All of my brothers and their kids have graduated from Oakwood. But one of the things that I was challenged with while she was here was the health care for the students. So many times she called, Daddy, I'm sick, I need to do this, I need to do that. I said, well, call health service, and it just was non-existent. And she had to go to urgent care and this and that. When I was here, my senior year, I worked for health service. And we took care of the kids. Excuse me. We had docs that came on campus to see the kids. you know, we have a beautiful building down here, but I'm not sure it's designed for student health.
And I'm going to put in a shameless plug. I own More Life Urgent Care, and not only do we do in-office urgent care, but we do telehealth and telemedicine urgent care. It is our plan to reach out to get Alabama license and to be able to allow students to have access to us via telehealth.
Oh, nice.
And that, you know, we have to be creative and search for creative solutions. So that's something that you will be hearing in the future, that More Life Urgent Care will be reaching out to help and be there available for Oakwood students to do telehealth. There's certain medications that they may need refills on that they can't get from home. We will be able to help them for that. Certain small things like urinary tract infections, we can treat that via telehealth, and it doesn't necessitate an actual patient visit. So those kinds of things we will be available. That sounds like my pity. Pinky.
Listen, that's exciting to hear that.
Yeah.
And what you have done is two things at least. You've demonstrated what the future of this process might be, but also your deep investment in the journey moving forward, which is, again, why we appreciate you both and what you have done and what you represent in this moment of transition for our institution. Dr. Eric Moore, Dr. Wayne Moore, such a privilege to have you guys round out my program today. You guys are on the back end of this thing, but boy, what a back end this has been.
Well, Kenny, we have observed the work that you've done over the years. From Cunningham Hall back in 1975.
That's it.
You have served Oakwood from day one. And you know, on the radio programs, on the jazz festivals, we overlooked the park there at
Big Springs.
Yes, Big Springs Park, and I told them how your jazz festivals enlighten and enrich the culture of Huntsville. It is a definitely positive thing that you have touched Huntsville and touched Oakwood, and we appreciate your birthdays, which are our birthdays.
Right.
And so thanks for all you have done and continue to do.
Thank you.
Yes, we certainly know the years of service and experience that Kenny brings to not only Oakwood but the Huntsville, North Alabama community
and Tennessee.
But my take on Kenny is he is the most humble, kind, person that you ever want to meet.
Yes.
Kenny doesn't know any strangers.
Absolutely.
He treats everybody the same.
Yes.
And God has blessed him in his life. And we just honor that.
Yeah.
And we love that. And we can't wait to see what God has in store for you next.
That's right. That's right.
He's got something. I'm confident, but I'm also willing to follow as he leads. I'm grateful for all that has happened. Again, my journey goes through Oakwood. I shared with someone earlier, my mom could not attend Oakwood. She could not afford it. But my mom would always talk about Oakwood in such high regard and high esteem. When John Nixon and Keith Hardis, who were members of my church in Brooklyn, New York at Bethel SDA Church, went to Oakwood, I saw those guys come back quarter after quarter, and I was like, there's something happening with these guys, man. I got to figure out what this thing is. And I kind of connected with what my mom wanted to experience but couldn't. I got to have that Oakwood experience. My mom and dad made tremendous sacrifices to get me here. I will be forever grateful for what they did for me, because everything that's happened since that time started right there. And so I'm grateful.
and with us too as well. Our dad went to Bethel, and he grew up in Brooklyn, and Claude McKnight's father, he brought him down to Oakwood Academy.
Wow.
And started that legacy.
Wow.
So we are so happy to be part of that New York legacy.
Wow.
And of our grandmother, Bessie Moore, who was the first Adventist in our family. We never got to meet her. She was dying when my dad left to go to Oakwood. She told him, go to Oakwood. She had breast cancer, and he never saw her again. But that legacy still exists out of New York.
Wow, what a powerful legacy. And again, that's, you start talking, and they're the connections, and that's what sustains these beautiful relationships over the years. My brothers, thank you for being with me today.
Our pleasure.
And making this finishing touch absolutely sweet.
To God be the glory.
Yes, sir, man.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Eric Moore, Dr. Wayne Moore, you guys always have, carte blanche on my show. So, I'll reach out and I do want to definitely follow with some talk about hospice with you at some point. And we'll make sure that happens.
Thank you. Absolutely.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great way to round off the conversation today, folks. I have no one else to talk to, even though I do see Stephen Foster over there. I wonder if I can get him over here for just a minute, just to say what's up. He's one of the regular commentators on the What's Going On segment that we have every first and third Sunday of the month. In fact, you should be hearing from him in just a couple of weeks from now when we have that segment one more time. I see such a wonderful thing. Yeah, tell Stephen I want to talk to him real quick. I am happy to see so many people here today, and I want to see. I want to have an opportunity to chat it up just one more time. I just want one more conversation, man. I saw my brother over there. Put these headphones on, man. Sit down here and talk to me for a minute. Stephen Foster's in the house.
Yeah, I've been summoned. Well, your producer said, "Excuse me, sir, your boss wants to."
What's going on, man?
Man, you are the man. Because we were looking over here, and I said, "I wonder who Kenny's got on. Got us on today." We didn't recognize the faces, but we knew it was Kenny's show. Yes, indeed.
It's been fun, man. How's the weekend been for you?
Man, this has been a fantastic weekend. Yeah. This has been a fantastic weekend. I don't know what it is, but the atmosphere is great.
It's great.
It's great. And Pastor Ivan Williams preached what I would say is the sermonic equivalent of pitching a perfect game in the World Series.
Wow.
That was an ideal sermon for Alumni Weekend.
Yeah.
It was well received. And it's always great, man. It's just a beautiful thing. I would recommend our listeners to just drop by on Sunday after church on Easter Sunday.
Absolutely.
And enjoy the festivities and the fellowship, and everybody's welcome. And it's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
We've been blessed with great weather.
Oh, man.
And beautiful, man.
It's been beautiful. Oh, there's press over there too. Let me see if I can get press over here real quick.
Yeah.
So I got it's that time of year, right? Basketball playoffs have arrived.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you two quick questions. The first question is, what do you think about? Do you like or don't like the play-in?
I love the play-in. I have a question about the play-in. The only question I had was, 7 and 8 played 9 and 10, and the winner of the 7 and 8 game is automatically in, and the loser plays 9 and 10. And I'm thinking that the 7th place team should probably play the 10th place team.
Yeah.
That's the only wrinkle, but I like the drama at the end of the season. There are more teams that are relevant near the end of the season, and I really, the one thing I would, you got me started on my subject. The one thing I'd like to see is, as a tiebreaker, I would like that in-season tournament champion to have the automatic tiebreaker no matter what. If they're tied with they have the same record with any team, if you win the in-season tournament, that's the first tiebreaker. So you get the nod no matter what if you win the in-season. That's the only wrinkle because I'm gonna tell you something, man, Kenny. I was thinking yesterday. I said, as bad as things are in the country, and as bleak as it looks, as depressing as it is sometimes, there's something about the NBA playoffs.
It creates a different environment.
I'm telling you, man, it's like a drug. It's like, you get a little relief from reality.
A little escape.
A little escape, exactly. That's the word I was looking for.
Preston Foster also joins us this afternoon. This is 2/3 of the What's Going On segment, the original What's Going On segment with David Person, of course. Good to see these guys today. Preston, I've seen you a couple of times this weekend. I know that it's been busy for you. Lots of stuff happening, lots of students here, lots of alumni here, lots of energy.
Yeah, man.
In the place, man. How you feeling?
I just feel incredibly great. It feels like God has been raining blessings down directly on the things that we've been working on. I was just talking to a former student, who had kidney disease when he was here, had to drop out. Long story short, 5 years later, he's telling me he's on his way to Howard Law School this coming fall.
Oh, wow.
And he is one of 2 students of the 85 over the last 6 years that we've had apply to law school, and we were like, what happened to him? We never heard how he got through. And he said, I wanted you to hear directly from me.
Wow.
That I'm going to Howard Law.
Wow.
And I told him, you're better off going to Howard Law than you are to going to Harvard Law.
HBCU.
Yeah. That's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Listen, I know Dr. Mason West was working with a group of your students.
Oh, man, I heard about that. Wow.
Mason West, I will just say, and I'll probably get emotional, I believe Mason West is the transformational leader of this generation. Not in Adventism, but in Black America. Because he's intellectually equipped, spiritually equipped. I just found out his undergrad degree was in theology. He took 6 of our students to the country of Colombia last semester with USAID. He was about to take 6 more when Donald Trump pulled the plug on USAID. But the thing about Mason West is that didn't stop one thing that he's doing. He uses it as an opportunity to pivot, to turn around, and to teach. And he's just an incredible, to me, it's like this is what alumni are supposed to do. Because we didn't go to him, he came to us and said, I have an opportunity for your students, but I'm willing to do it on whatever terms work for you. And now he has 2 of our former students working for him full time. It's just, and with all of his other gifts, it's all charged by personal humility. And when I say personal humility, he's a very ambitious guy, but he's humble enough to listen to people, to learn, and to remove himself from the spotlight if that's what's keeping things from moving forward.
Well, everything you said is basically what we said when he was on the show earlier today. And I'll make one thing, I'll emphasize one thing that you just said that was so important that I kind of picked up on. He talked about the USAID situation and the money going away, but he also talked about the pivot. And to the point of you calling him a transformational leader, I agree with that, because I said, Mason, one thing I've known about you as long as I've known you is that you've always operated from a position of innovation and creativity. You never allowed, adversity or barrier and obstacle to stand in your way. You always looked at something and said, oh, that's the way it is. Well, let's do this then. Let's try this. Let's do the other. And that's exactly what keeps him in the game and so powerfully connected to the success of students.
it keeps him in the game, and it keeps others in the game with him.
That's
because
right.
then they learn how to handle adversity.
That's right.
He made this point in a speech Thursday that our generation has been taught assimilation. And what we need to teach and be taught is empowerment. And just that point by itself, I saw the students take that in because they can see that the status quo that we've been trained on for the last generation is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that paradigm needed to change.
Right.
And they sense that. They know that.
Yeah, that's good. I was talking with Stephen just before you walked up about the NBA. So before you guys get away from me, I know I got Nostradamus here, so some team is in trouble. And some team is also maybe going to benefit.
Right.
But what are your thoughts about the NBA Finals at this point? I'm going to stretch it all the way through the playoffs. Let's get down to the bread and butter. Who do you see in the finals?
Well, it won't be the Indiana Pacers.
Famous last words.
I just said, 'cause my brother Stephen is the world's most, and to quote his son-in-law, the world's most delusional Pacer fan.
That was a great quote, by the way.
Yeah, wasn't it? But I think it's gonna be OKC and the Celtics.
Okay.
I think it's going to be OKC and the those are the two most consistently performing teams that I see.
Well, that's not exactly going out on a limb, folks.
I didn't know that was a requirement.
What do you think,
the
Steve?
2 number 1 seeds. Yeah, that's the likeliest scenario. I do. The dark horse to me is the Houston Rockets.
Right, I agree with that.
The Houston Rockets have more talent than any team in the NBA on their roster. So if
nothing to lose.
They don't have any experience in the playoffs either. So that's the flip side of that.
Yeah.
But if the coach, can get these guys to settle down, just be settled. If they get out of the first round, they get past Golden State. If they get past Golden State, the most experienced team in the playoffs, if they get past Golden State, that'll be like years of experience in the playoffs. So if they get past Golden State with the talent they have, their talent exceeds OKC's talent. It exceeds Boston's talent. The raw physical talent on that team is something we've rarely seen. So if they get past Golden State, that's my dark horse. But the Celtics should repeat, and they should end up playing OKC otherwise.
All right. Well, we'll keep our eyes and ears open. It's ready or not, here it comes. So we're watching, and we'll be talking about it, I'm sure.
Oh, trust me, Steve is ready.
What was that? I missed that. What was that? And I do want to give a shout out to the class of 1975.
Yeah.
I think they got a little shortchanged yesterday. I'll be honest with you. Because they contributed to the university nearly $200,000 this year. These are people in their 70s. These are people that graduated 50 years ago. And to raise that kind of money in a year is phenomenal. And that my hat is off to that class. My class is up next. We're the class of 76. That's a hard act to follow. Maybe impossible act to follow. But my hat is off. I was warned that they were going to do something shocking. And so I would implore other classes to try to follow their lead. Yeah. We're going to try. we're gonna make other classes. We're going to try to put other classes to shame. I don't know if we can put that class to shame. But Alumni, all alumni listening, and even community friends of Oakwood, please contribute to the university if you can in any way. Any portion of the university would benefit from any financial help you can give. It's challenging times, and we're likely to face more challenging times given the public policy climate that we're in. Yeah. So HBCUs are going to be challenged from henceforth, or at least for the foreseeable future, and definitely this one in particular. So, we just would appreciate everybody to try to, get some lessons, learn some lessons of giving back to other institutions as well, but particularly to HBCUs and to Oakwood in particular.
Shout out to the Golden Class. They showed up yesterday, showed up strong too.
Showed up
and not only did they show up with their bodies, but they showed up with their purses and pocketbooks. So very grateful for that as well as we experience a season of transition. We certainly hope that everyone who loves Oakwood considers this as an opportunity to invest in this institution. You have these experiences like this, and you see all the alumni come back together, you see all the programming that takes place, all the excitement around this legacy. It's well worth preserving, and I hope that other people will invest in that as well.
Yes, sir.
Stephen and Preston Foster, thank you for joining me, my brothers.
Oh, man, thank you for continuing this. This is a tradition now that you have this open studio forum on Alumni Weekend near the tent. It's become a great tradition. This show is phenomenal. This show and this host is phenomenal, folks. We need to appreciate it, while we have it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We hope that you have had a good afternoon today, that you have enjoyed our journey as we have walked you through the Oakwood University Homecoming 2025 experience. And we hope that you will join us once again on next Sunday for the Second Chance radio broadcast. My guest next Sunday, let's see if I can remember this off the top of my head. We will have Aprecia Faulkner with Reimagining Our World. The CEO president of Habitat for Humanity, Jeremy Folks, will join me on next week. I'll also have a conversation with Tanisha Thomas, who will talk about how your 501c3 or your nonprofit organization can continue to thrive. And then I'll talk with Vicki Morris about a very important business conference that's coming up very, very soon. That all happens on next Sunday on the What's Going On segment that will begin at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. In the immediate time, though, we pray that you will have a safe trip home. If you're traveling home right now, if you're planning to travel home in a little while, we thank you for joining us once again for homecoming here at Oakwood University. It's been a beautiful day, beautiful weekend, lots of energy, and we hope that you will continue the process as we move forward. Have a great rest of the afternoon, and as always, remember that knowledge is better than riches. Have a great afternoon. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you for tuning in to Second Chance. We hope that the information that was shared has been a blessing to you and that your life will be enriched as a result of it. We'd love to hear from you. So, please send your email comments to Kenneth Anderson at mxlife@aol.com. That's mxlife@aol.com. And check out our Facebook page, 2ND Chance. That's 2ND Chance. In the meantime, have a great week, and we'll talk to you again next week. Good day.